Like, listen, like, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the up. He's used talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand.
You really gotta let these people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What
do I think it's okay?
Well, thank you very much, everybody. We have a meeting with a man who's become a friend of mine, and we've known each other for a little while and some very interesting times. And we get along. Our countries get along very well. We have a great affinity for each other. And the chancellor has been very well received in Germany. He's a very successful man, became the chancellor of Germany, which is a big deal. And he's doing a very good job. In my opinion, a great job, very popular. And the relationship that we have in trade and everything else has been very strong. We've been able to do our deals, and it's been very strong. We'll obviously be talking a little bit about Iran today, and he's been helping us out. We've been very nice, actually. And that is coming along, as you see, very well. They have no Navy. It's been knocked out. They have no Air Force. It's been knocked out. They have no air detection. That's been knocked out. Their radar has been knocked out. And just about everything's been knocked out. So we'll see how we do, but we're doing very well. We have a great military, and they're doing a fantastic job. So we'll be talking about that. And we're talking about some very big trade deals, and those I know will work out too. So I just want to say it's a great honor to have you at the Oval Office. The beautiful Oval Office, beautiful White House. It's a special place, even from your standpoint. And you have some very special places too. And I look forward to being with you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for having me here in this Oval Office for the third time now.
Yeah.
Really happy to have the opportunity to speak with you in these challenging times. We are on the same page in terms of getting this terrible regime in Tehran away. And we will talk about the day after, what will happen then if they are out. We have to talk about our trade agreement, which I would like to be in place as soon as possible. And we have to talk about Ukraine. There are too many bad guys in this world, actually, and this is an issue we have to talk about because we all want to see this war coming to an end as soon as possible. But Ukraine has to preserve its territory and their security interests, and well, we will talk about that.
We will.
Looking forward to that.
Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for letting me spending the night in your guest house.
That's right.
Very, very
good.
Comfortable place.
You liked it, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, great place. And a famous place.
That's good. Very famous.
So many former presidents.
That's right.
Yeah.
Very famous place. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready and we were ready. And we've had a very, very powerful impact.
So, okay. So it was a
everything they have has been
preemptive
knocked
strike.
out now. Their missile count is going way down.
Well, welcome to Stanley versus the world, folks. Good afternoon. Well, that is breaking news. So Trump did a preemptive strike on Iran. Gotcha. So everybody, as you file in, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to the show, please subscribe and share. If you catch this on a replay, please like, share, and subscribe. So let's excuse me. Let's continue with this very enlightening press conference from today.
Amazingly, they're hitting countries that were, let's call them neutral, right? They lived together for a long time. I think they were surprised. I was surprised. And now those countries are all fighting against them and fighting strongly against them. Someday they'll write a story and they'll say why they did that, but they hit countries that had nothing to do with what's going on. They were sort of leaving everything alone. All of a sudden they had missiles shot in, which shows you the level of evil that we're dealing with. They'll hit people that were actually at least somewhat friendly, and they had no problems with it. Also hitting only civilian places, hotels and apartment buildings, and we're hitting them where it is much more appropriate. We're hitting them very hard. And the big scale hitting goes now. They no longer have air protection. They no longer have any detection facilities at all left. And so they're gonna be in for a lot of hurt. These are bad people. These are people that killed. I guess it's 35,000. It's coming out 35,000 over the last 3 weeks. Protesters, 35,000 violently killed. So these are bad people. And the leader of the pack is gone. And as you know, 49 people were taken out in the first hit. And I guess there was another hit today on the new leadership. And it looks like that was pretty substantial also. So they're getting hit very hard, and we'll see what happens. A lot of people are coming forward. A lot of the people you would least suspect want to quit. They want to have immunity. They're asking for immunity, and probably at some point they'll be dropping, as you would say, laying down their guns. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, we're just continuing to go forward. Our military is the number one in the world by far, and we are. Everything's big in my book. Venezuela was big. This is big. The original hit, Midnight Hammer, was big. Everything you view is big, but it's not considered very big by some standards, by some of our standards. We have a military like no other military that's ever been built.
What's the worst case scenario that you have planned for in Iran?
Well, I don't know if there's a worst case. We have them very much beaten militarily from the military standpoint. They're still lobbing some missiles. At some point, they won't even be able to do that because we're hitting all of their carriers. We're hitting all of their missile stock. They built up all these missiles over the last few years. They had a lot of them. They've shot a lot of them, and we're knocking out a lot. I guess the worst case would be we do this, and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. That would probably be the worst. You go through this, and then in 5 years, you realize you put somebody in who was no better. So I'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people. And we'll see what happens with the people. They have their chance. And we've said, don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, don't do it yet. It's very dangerous out there. A lot of bombs are being dropped. But I would say that would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you think?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. Wow. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody. But we have, Venezuela was so incredible because we did the attack and we kept government.
You know, someone actually made a point, and this is someone who is way more knowledgeable, probably by an order of magnitude or two. Okay, the difference between Venezuela, it was Francis Fukuyama, who made the point that Venezuela's regime had been there for 20 years, couple decades, and two people in 20 years. And did they really decapitate the Venezuelan government? The vice president is there. So it's going to be a lot easier than literally taking out 2 layers of leadership in a regime that had been there half a century, 50 years. And that's built on top of a culture that's millennia old. Okay, it is not the same thing. And the shallow comparison, the cavalier attitude, it's just telling. These guys, and I've said it before, these guys are fourth rate. Trump didn't want people with brains or experience or both in this administration. He's got the fourth string, and they're all yes men. Rubio, I thought, might be an exception, but not sure at this point.
Totally intact.
But bringing in Venezuela as some sort of yardstick, no, that is just wow.
And we have Delcy, who's been very good. We have the whole chain of command, and they've been, the relationship's been great. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil already, and a big part of that goes to them, and a big part goes to us. And it's been great. We paid for the war many times over, and we're going to be running the oil. And Venezuela is going to make more money than they ever made, and that's great for the people. The relationship has been great. It's been seamless. Nobody's actually ever seen anything like it. If you look at Iraq, where very stupidly everybody was fired, the generals were fired, the military was fired, the police were fired, the fire departments were fired, and all of the government workers were fired. So after, people would call, they had no idea. And by the way, ISIS was formed. That's where ISIS came from, all of the fired people. We don't believe in that. So we'll see what happens. But first, we have to finish off the military.
What do you think about Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi? Is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. These were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
What exactly was the imminent threat, Mr. President?
Not your turn.
Exactly?
Not your turn, please.
Mr. President, are you going to take the heat off the Europeans to potentially help you? Mark Rutte called on the allies to also help you.
What does that mean?
Well, you have to ask Mark Rutte. He said not as part of NATO, but to be helpful to you in this.
Well, some of the European nations have been helpful and some haven't. And I'm, very surprised. Germany's been great. He's been terrific. Others have been very good, terrific. I think that the head of NATO, Mark, is fantastic. Okay, Mark Rutte. I think he's fantastic. But some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases, and that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it, but we don't have to. But they were unfriendly. And so I told him, we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, but they don't have great leadership. And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they agreed to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain. And I'm not, by the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Mr. President, what's your expectations towards Germany? What can Germany do and what should Germany do to help you in this conflict?
Well, I think they're doing it. I mean, they're letting us land in certain areas, and that's, we appreciate it. And they're just making it comfortable. We're not asking them to put boots on the ground or anything. I mean, we're just, they're a respected country. I have a very good relationship with the country. We have, in particular now, with this leader, with this new leader. I think he's an excellent leader. I had my differences with Angela. I said, you're hurting your country with immigration and you're hurting your country with energy. And we have a man sitting on my right that is, I think, pretty much the opposite of her.
Bet he can't remember that man's name.
Immigration. And I think he's doing very well.
Commercial air travel right now is severely restricted in the Middle East, and thousands of Americans are stranded. Why wasn't there an evacuation plan, and will you send planes to get people out?
Well, because it happened all very quickly. We thought, and I thought maybe more so than most, I could ask Marco, but I thought we were going to have a situation where we were going to be attacked. They were getting ready to attack Israel. They were getting ready to attack others. You're seeing that right now. And a lot of those missiles that are hitting in, those are stationary. Those were aimed there for a long period of time at these other countries. So I think I was right about that. We attacked first. And if we didn't, it could have been, look, we're really decimating them. They're being decimated. And if we didn't, and by the way, we have massive amounts of ammunition. We have the high end. A lot of it was given away stupidly by Biden, very stupidly, for free. And I'm all for Ukraine, but they gave away a lot. As you know, when I give away ammunition, everybody pays for it. The European Union's paying for it. Then they can do what they want with it, but they are giving it, let's say, to Ukraine, and it's okay. But we gave away a lot of high end, but we have plenty. But we have unlimited middle and upper ammunition, which is really what we're using in this war. And we have really an unlimited supply. We also have a lot of the very high end stored in different countries throughout the world. We're literally storing it there, which is actually something that I insisted on in my first term. I rebuilt the military in my first term. The military is great. Unbelievable amount of ammunition or munitions, as they say, we're giving away to, the Wall Street Journal incorrectly covered the story when they said that it was given away to the Middle East. Not to the Middle East, it was given away to Ukraine. Very little was given to the Middle East. Middle East would buy a lot, and some of the nations, because they're rich, they have a lot, but it was given away to Ukraine. And it just should have been done. Look, it's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, that war would have never happened. But we have a tremendous amount of munitions, ammunition at the upper level, middle and upper level, all of which is really powerful stuff.
Mr. President, a question to both of you. How worried are you that the rising prices for gas and oil are damaging the American
economy and also what was the chance?
Yeah, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, sure. This is, of course, damaging our economies. This is true for the oil prices, and this is true for the gas prices as well. So that's the reason why we all hope that this war will come to an end as soon as possible. And we are hoping that the Israeli and the American army are doing the right things to bring this to an end and to have really a new government in place who is coming back to peace and freedom.
Yeah. Something had to be done. And it's been 47 years. They've been killing people all over the world for a long time. They were the kings and fathers of the roadside bomb. Soleimani, we killed him last term. If we didn't, I think it might be a different story today. They would have been much stronger and smarter than they are. But they did the roadside bombs. 95% of the people lost their legs, arms, had their face wiped out, just wiped out. I've seen some young people that it's so sad to watch. And that was almost all, 95% comes from Iran and with Soleimani. Soleimani loved his favorite weapon. He loved the roadside bomb. And when you see people walking around with no legs and no arms and a face that's been blown to hell,
walking around with no legs,
where they have to live. This is Iran. When you look at the barracks, the famous barracks, when you look at the hostages, when you look at a lot of hostages, when you look at all of the problems, they were really a purveyor of terror all over the world for many, many years. And it's something that had to be done, and I believe that if we didn't, because I see where Congress, if I didn't do this, guys like Schumer, who are losers, the Democrats, they're losers. That's why they're not here. Guys like Schumer would say, well, you should have done this. In other words, if I did it, it's no good. If I didn't do it, they would have said the opposite, that you should have done this. But most people feel, I'll tell you what, I have never had more compliments on something I did. People felt it's something that had to be done. So if we have a little high oil prices for a little while, but as soon as this ends, those prices are going to drop, I believe, lower than even before. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President.
Yes.
How do you want to solve the conflict on tariffs between the EU and the US?
Between who?
The conflict on tariffs between the EU and the US. How do you want to solve
And US and who?
EU, European Union.
How do you want to
Well, we won on tariffs, actually. Somebody said you actually won the case. We won on tariffs. We had a decision that was wrong. It was a very bad decision from certain standpoints. From other standpoints, a very powerful decision because it reaffirmed all the fact that we have all these various forms of tariffs that we felt right, but it totally reaffirmed it. It said you can use all of these tariffs. So we have all these vast menus of tariffs, and tariffs have made our country very rich. We have to charge tariffs to nations who play with their money. They move their money up and down like a yo-yo. We have to take care of nations that have been good to us and fair to us, and we're going to take care of them. Other nations, they haven't, and we haven't let them take advantage of us. But the whole thing with tariffs is we had a decision that, like, as an example, we have a license situation, and the license is something that allows us to immediately stop all business with, nobody even knew we had this power, but we do now because of the decision. We have the right to stop all business having to do with a certain country. If a certain country is not treating us well, the president, without going to Congress, has the right to stop. Sort of interesting. I have the right to stop, but under that one law, I didn't have the right to charge them. So I have the right to license them, but I don't have the right to charge, which is frankly ridiculous. But the right was given to us by the Supreme Court. And we have the right, as an example, we talked about Spain. I could tomorrow stop, or today, even better, stop everything having to do with Spain. All business having to do with Spain. I have the right to stop it. Embargoes, do anything I want with it. And we may do that with Spain. What do you think?
Well, sir, I think we're going to talk about it with you. I know that you have strong power. The Supreme Court clarified. We know you can use it, and if you need to use it to assure national and economic security, we'll do it.
Scott, do you have an opinion?
Sir, I agree. The Supreme Court reaffirmed your ability to implement an embargo. And as we've talked, from your first term, the Section 301s and the 232s have withheld more than 4,000 lawsuits. And USTR and Commerce are going to begin investigations, and we'll move forward with those.
And we've instituted a 15% tariff on everybody, as you know. And just used, I'll tell you, we had a couple of paragraphs written in that opinion that were really incredible. Justice Kavanaugh wrote a fantastic dissent, but in his dissent, he said what we should do, and we knew that too. We just wanted to simplify it, and for some reason, I think, very, very foolishly, the courts decided no, but they said you can do it many other ways, and that's what we're doing. And what we've done is we've gone to a very simple, straight 15% tariff. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in our country because of tariffs. So we've taken in all of this money, hundreds of billions of dollars, and honestly, it's made us very rich as a country, right? So it's been doing good. When will you have the full plan implemented? We have a 5-month period, up to 5 months, where we can go at 15%. And while we're doing that, as you know, we're doing the various studies and things, and we'll be coming out with different tariffs on different countries. You want to talk about that first?
Yes, sir. By the time the 5-month period has elapsed, we've completed investigations under Section 301, which Secretary Besson talked about. We know there are countries out there with deals who are very interested in keeping the deals. We need to go through and investigate all these unfair trading practices, the kinds of things you talked about, and make sure that we're protecting U.S. economic security. We know there are countries.
How are we going to treat Germany?
Well,
I think you should hit them very, very hard.
You knew he was right there when you said that. They have expressed an interest. Germany's been quite constructive in wanting to move forward and be helpful. The rest of you will talk to them as well. But obviously,
I will say every single country wants to make the deal they already have. In other words, a deal that we have using the other authority, they want to make the same deal. And we'd like to see, actually, we're going to adjust it somewhat upward, actually, but they all want to stay in the deal. And so we'll probably be able to do that pretty easily.
For Ukraine, after all, Iran won't be able to deliver drones to Russia anymore. So what does this war mean to Ukraine? And having Chancellor Merz sitting next to you, who would you call if you want to talk to Europe? And Chancellor Merz, you've just been in China, the president.
Who are you? What country are you from?
I'm from Germany.
Okay, I thought so. I could see.
So, Mr. Chancellor, you have been in China, and the president.
She likes you.
In China.
I don't know.
Will you be talking about China as well during this visit?
We'll be talking about China, yes.
And what about you?
I'll be going to China in a little while. Every time you meet, you talk about China. We respect China. I do. We both do, I think. But it's always a topic of conversation. We've had a very good relationship with China. We used to lose a tremendous amount of money with China, and that's no longer the case. We have a very, very good relationship with China, and we have a very good relationship with Germany. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've seen countries around the world, many of whom don't usually work together, working with the United States on Iran, whether it's Saudi Arabia working with the United States, Israel, Qatari shooting down Iranian aircraft, and we've also seen European countries step up. Why are we seeing such unity around the world against Iran?
That's a great point. Look, they're just evil. They're it's not the politics; it's their whole philosophy. It's their whole where they come from. It's terrible. Where they kill 35,000. I thought it was 32. Now it turns out it's much more than 35,000 people, and in some cases using machine guns with people that have no weapon. They have no weapon, and they're being machine gunned. They're being sniped from buildings. They're hitting the people with snipers right through the eyes. It's just a very evil ideology, and nobody's really seen anything like it. As I said, even the fact that they've attacked all of their neighbors, And the neighbors weren't attacking. They thought they'd maybe sit it out or what. They've hit Qatar, they've hit UAE, they've hit Saudi Arabia, they've hit Oman. They were helping us negotiate. They got hit. Everybody got hit because they're evil and they're bad. It's a bad seed, and somebody had to do it. And it should have been done sometime during a 47-year period because so much death has been caused by them, so much unbelievable death. From Germany too. Germany's been hit. Everybody's been hit by them. It's an evil ideology. And I've never been, I've done a lot of good things. So many people are saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. You see it in the streets of Los Angeles. They have thousands of people. I saw it the other day, pictures of Donald Trump. And I'm looking, I'm on the phone, probably talking to you. And I'm looking and I see my picture. I say, oh no, it's another, protest. I see and then I started saying, boy, they were very friendly people. And then I saw a woman hugging the picture of me. I said, what's going on? And it turned out to be, these are Iranian people that live in the United States.
So many.
Thousands and thousands. You saw the rallies. And in New York too, they had a big rally, my pictures all over the place. The fact is that people are happy what we did. And you could never, and I've always said it, you could never have had true peace in the Middle East if Iran was allowed to go, even beyond the nuclear. If Iran was allowed to have look at all the missiles they built. A lot have been now taken out by us and a lot have been expended. But they had thousands of missiles in a fairly short period of time. And I'll go two things. The attack that we did, known as Midnight Hammer, had we not done that, Iran would have had a very powerful nuclear weapon within 1 month. We did it. It was great timing, but and you've been able to see that too. The other thing was Barack Hussein Obama made maybe the worst deal I've ever seen, because he gave all power in the Middle East to Iran. He went the exact opposite way, and I terminated that. If I didn't terminate that deal, they would be sitting with a massive nuclear weapon 3 years ago, which would have been used already on Israel at least, and other countries also. And we wouldn't be talking about it right now. But if I didn't terminate.
Trump has a real loose relationship with empiricism. I run into all kinds of Trumps on YouTube panels where their opinion is facts. I just proved it to you.
The deal that Obama made, giving them everything, including plane loads of cash. You remember the airplane flew over there? It was a Boeing 757. There was two of them loaded. They took out all the seats. It was loaded with green cash. So much cash that it was in Virginia, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. They got all the cash from all the banks. They put it, and they flew it to Iran. I never knew a president had that power. I'm going to maybe try it sometime if it's okay. I think I'm going to do it. I'll fly it somewhere. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. 2 planes loaded.
You'll fly it to Mar-a-Lago.
Ceiling, big planes, Boeing 757s, taken over there and given cash.
After all, he's got his own plane now.
But worse, he was giving them
I guarantee you that he's going to try it with that plane from Qatar. He's going to load it with cash, fly it down to Florida.
Right to have the path to a nuclear weapon. And that deal expired. A lot of people said, oh, you terminated it. Well, it was going to be terminated anyway because it expired. It gave them the right to have top of the line nuclear weapon. If they had, because they're crazy. Just like the people on my right during the State of the Union. I looked at them, I said, you're crazy? These people are crazy. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. All right, how about 1 or 2 more?
Mr. President.
Go ahead, please.
Chancellor Merz, you just heard that the president is thinking about punishing Spain. What are your thoughts spontaneously on this, and what can you do to,
Well, the answer on that is quite simple. We are trying to convince Spain to catch up with the 3% or 3.5% which we agree on in NATO. And as the president said, it's correct. Spain is the only one who is not willing to accept that. And we are trying to convince them that this is a part of our common security, that we all have to comply with this numbers. And this is 3.5 for military and another 1.5 for our military infrastructure. So Spain has to comply with that.
Spain has been very, very uncooperative. And so has UK. Now, the second one is shocking, but this is not the age of Churchill. I will say the UK has been very, very uncooperative with that stupid
Well,
island
Mr.
that they
President,
have.
I hate to tell you that this isn't the age of Churchill, and it's also not the age of World War II. What in the hell is he talking about?
That they gave away and took a 100-year lease, having to do with perhaps indigenous people claiming the island that never even saw the island before. What's that all about? And they ruin relationships. It's a shame. It's and that country, UK, and I love that country. I love it. My mother was born there. I love it. My mother was born there. My father was born. Right, he knows all about my father. My father was born there. So, you know, very places that you sort of automatically very feel warmly about. But the UK, what they're doing with energy and what they're doing with immigration is horrible. You have the North Sea. Somebody said yesterday, what would you do if you were the UK? Open up the North Sea. They got windmills all over the place that are ruining the country, ruining the landscapes, ruining the...
Trump would part the North Sea. He would part the North Sea, and he would basically bring forth oil from the ocean floor.
Beautiful fields. Open up the North Sea. It's one of the greatest. Think of it. They buy their energy from Norway, which gets the energy, the oil, from the North Sea. So Norway drills in the North Sea and sells it to UK. And UK has a better part of the North Sea. Open up that. And number two, illegal immigration. They got to solve that problem. And I must say, that's not only UK, that's other parts of the European Union. They have the same problem. Immigration and energy. The energy is through the roof, the highest in the world. And the immigration was, I mean, you know, look, you have places where in the UK, you have a terrible mayor of London, terrible. He's an incompetent guy. But you have Sharia courts. You don't have Sharia courts. You don't want Sharia courts. You have Sharia courts adjudicating law. So it's very simple. Immigration, very importantly, immigration and energy. And you bring it back. Otherwise, you're not going to bring it back. Okay. One more. Go ahead.
I have a question for the Chancellor.
Yes, please.
To the Chancellor, Chancellor Mertz.
Yeah.
You've called for unity and joint force in this moment against Iran. What does that look like to you? And then, Mr. President, where is getting a deal with Russia and Ukraine on your priority list right now?
So we, as I said, in Germany, the last 2 days, we are supporting the United States and Israel to get rid of this terrible terrorist regime. And we are looking forward to a day after, and we have to talk about the strategy. What is following after this regime is away, and we have to strategize on this entire region. And we are having a high interest in common approach and common work and what we can do. And this is important not just for the Americans. This is extremely important for Europe and extremely important for Israel and their security. So we are really looking forward to find ways how to deal about the day after.
And as far as Russia, Ukraine, where is it on my priority list? Very high. We thought that, I thought it was going to be one of the easier ones. I've settled 8 wars, and actually maybe one more than that. But minimum 8 wars, big ones, potential India, Pakistan, big wars, very important, big ones. I thought this was going to be much easier than it is. There's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. Tremendous hatred. I've seen a lot of hatred in my life, but I think this is about top scale. I believe it's going to happen. Sometimes I blame one, sometimes I blame the other. I think it's going to happen, but it's high on my list. Not in that it affects the United States so much because it's very far away, but last week, and for the last 4 weeks, actually, 32,000 soldiers died. 32,000. And it's been averaging 25 to 30,000 soldiers a month have been dying in that stupid war. And I'd love to see it ended. It's the worst that there has been since World War II.
If you can't get a deal, what will that mean for you?
All you can do is do your best. It takes two to tango, and they have to get along. They have to be able to talk to each other. They hate each other a lot. That has an impact. It really has an impact. It's bad for both. The saddest is that if the election weren't rigged, my election, that war would have never taken place. And you know what else wouldn't have taken place? Allowing 25 million people to pour through an open border. That wouldn't have taken place. A lot of things would have been different. But we're doing very well. And I think a big factor in this world and future factor is what we're doing right now with Iran. If we don't stop them, or if we didn't stop them, or if we didn't start, they've been decimated. But if we didn't do what we're doing right now, you would have had a nuclear war, and they would have taken out many countries, because you know what? They're sick people. They're mentally ill, sick people. They're angry. They're crazy. They're sick. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
They're all that and dead.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, again, welcome everybody. Please make sure you hit the like button on your way into the show. If you are new here, stand by and stand by to be informed, if not entertained. So before I forget, because I haven't really uploaded the story yet, I just got a news alert that Trump says the U.S. Navy will escort tankers through the Straits of Hormuz if necessary. So we'll see how that works out. I've actually been in the Straits of Hormuz, but I've never transited. So I kind of know what it looks like. But it's only it's really narrow. I think I heard 33 kilometers at its narrowest point. Something really narrow. So Iran's Navy headquarters has been taken out, and 9 or 10 ships sunk. So it'll be interesting. And I'm kind of jealous. I wish I could be on one of those ships doing the escorting. So let us move on. Just to kind of recap that press conference, and by the way, that's with Chancellor Merz of Germany from this morning, I believe. The thing that grabbed my attention is, the 2 rounds of or 2 layers basically of Iranian leadership taken out. And the one comment that actually just kind of floored me was Trump basically saying that there may be another round of sweeping out leadership, but basically all the people they knew have been eliminated. So that's kind of scary. They may be picking leadership blind. I don't know if that puts Pahlavi? I'm not sure how you pronounce his name. I heard it yesterday and forgot. A crown prince, a Shah son or grandson or something. Maybe that puts him in play, but it's kind of scary to think that it's possible someone they don't know could be in charge. And Trump's comment, and I'll enlarge it as much as I can, where he says, Trump said that the worst outcome would be that whoever takes over Iran could be as bad as their predecessors. So in 5 years, we're kind of going through the same process. That is one of those possibilities. Another thing that Trump said, which definitely, well, I'll get to it in a minute. The last death toll, U.S. military death toll, I heard was 6. Number of U.S. service members killed in the first 3 days of the war grew as officials said the remains of 2 more troops had been recovered. So it was 4, and then 2 were unaccounted for that they have since found. And then the injured is actually higher. Forget that number. Maybe it's in here. One of the injured service members died of his wounds. I heard that first 3. I think I heard it on one of these panels that the first 3. Well, it doesn't matter. How many injured? I don't see that number, but I think the last I heard was 10, but it's got to be more than that, because you've got, the 6 people who had to eject over Kuwait, or probably the Persian Gulf is where they ejected into. So that is that. This is a speculation that interested me. This is more or less an opinion piece, I guess, how Trump assassination attempts played into his decision to attack Iran. Apparently this Trump quote is, I got him before he got me. Trump told ABC of killing Iran's supreme leader. I got to hear this. That sounds like that almost with verbal. That actually sounds like some shootout at high noon.
His decision to attack Iran, citing the country's efforts to assassinate him in 2024 as a factor in ordering the joint U.S.-Israeli operation that killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. I got him before he got me, Trump said in an interview on Sunday night with ABC News. I got him first. Trump had not previously addressed how the Iranian threats to his life colored his thinking on taking the United States to war in the Middle East. Those threats, on top of the assassination attempts in July and September 2024, dominated his and his advisors' experience of the fall 2024 campaign, with repeated security scares and emergency measures such as changing planes and motorcade routes. The Iranian desire to kill Trump dates back to the U.S. airstrike that killed General Qasem Soleimani in January 2020. Federal prosecutors have charged 2 cases of alleged Iranian murder-for-hire schemes. No evidence has connected Iran with the 2 assassination attempts against Trump in 2024. Trump suggested he sees a connection, telling ABC they tried twice. The White House did not provide evidence to support a connection. There are a million reasons to eliminate terrorists like Ayatollah Khamenei, a senior administration said on the condition of anonymity. His plots to assassinate President Trump are just one reason. Trump's ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, portrayed Iran's interest in killing Trump as part of a pattern of behavior that justified the U.S. attack. It is responsible for a series of unprovoked armed attacks against the United States and Israel, violations of the UN Charter, and threats to international peace and security across the Middle East, Waltz said Saturday at an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council. It has even attempted to assassinate the U.S. president, President Trump. National security officials warned Trump's campaign that Iran wanted to kill him before he was injured at a July 13, 2024 rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The shooter, 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, was killed at the scene, and investigators have not established a clear motive. At a briefing on the threats in September 2024, U.S. officials told the Trump campaign that Iran had multiple kill teams inside the country. Trump repeatedly asked whether Iran was behind the Butler shooting, and investigators said they could not rule it out, according to people familiar with the briefing. The would-be assassin at Trump's golf course in West Palm Beach, Florida, 59-year-old Ryan Wesley Routh, represented himself at trial and was sentenced last month to life in prison. A trial began last week for a Pakistani man, Asif Merchant, arrested in July 2024 and accused of trying to hire hitmen to kill a political figure. Last month, a Brooklyn man was sentenced to 15 years in prison for planning to murder an Iranian dissident, working for an Iranian who prosecutors said was plotting to assassinate Trump. Iranian officials publicly vowed revenge against American leaders, including Trump and former advisors Mike Pompeo and John Bolton. The government continued providing security details for Pompeo and Bolton throughout the Biden administration until Trump withdrew them. Trump and his administration have not extensively presented a public case for the attack on Iran. The subject occupied 3 of 108 minutes of his State of the Union address last week, and he released 2 videos over the weekend and spoke on the subject for about 6 minutes on Monday without taking questions. On Monday, Trump listed 4 objectives: destroying Iran's missile capabilities, navy, nuclear ambitions, and ability to sponsor terrorism. In earlier remarks, he spoke more broadly of overthrowing the regime and freeing the Iranian people.
Good journalism is even better when it's shared. With a premium
All right,
subscription to the
well,
Washington Post, you get 3 extra accounts.
I can understand why that might be a concern. Let's see, what else do we have here? So, Mark Thiessen, he was something or another in the Bush administration. Was he a speechwriter? Let's see. He was he was a speechwriter for George W. Bush Jr. And he's currently a fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, but he is dubbing this the Trump doctrine. The Trump doctrine is here. It ends forever wars. And boy, do I disagree. But let's listen to this argument.
Life is busy. Look, here to keep you going.
Thiessen, and read by Helen, an AI-generated voice. Critics say President Donald Trump's decision to strike Iran is a violation of his promise not to engage in forever wars. In fact, the opposite is true. Trump is not starting a forever war in Iran. He's ending one. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has been waging war against the United States. That war began in 1979 when Iran seized the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, taking more than 50 Americans hostage for 444 days. The war continued as Iran orchestrated the 1983 bombings of the U.S. Embassy and Marine barracks in Beirut that killed 258 Americans, followed by the 1996 bombing of the Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia that killed 19 Americans. It continued in 1998, when Iran provided direct assistance to al-Qaeda for the 1998 bombings of the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, training its operatives about how to blow up buildings, according to a ruling by the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. After the 9/11 attacks, Iran provided sanctuary to senior leaders of al-Qaeda fleeing U.S. forces in Afghanistan, and allowed the group to use Iranian territory as a pipeline to move money, facilitators and operatives from across the Middle East. It still harbors Saif al-Adel, successor to Osama bin Laden and Ayman al-Zawahiri as leader of al-Qaeda in Tehran. Iran also provided training and bomb-making equipment to insurgents in Iraq, including explosively formed penetrators that killed and maimed thousands of American troops. On October 7, 2023, Iran's proxy Hamas slaughtered more than 1,200 innocent people, including 46 Americans, and took 12 Americans hostage. The Iranian regime has also attempted terrorist attacks on U.S. soil, including a 2011 plot to set off a bomb in Cafe Milano in Washington to kill the Saudi ambassador, a plot to kill former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and other senior U.S. officials, and a plot to assassinate Trump himself. And the regime that did all this was pursuing nuclear weapons and refused Trump's repeated demands to peacefully disarm. Now Trump is taking decisive action to bring this reign of terror to an end. If he succeeds, the impact will be profound, opening up the possibility of enduring peace in the Middle East and beyond. The Iranian threat is a primary reason the U.S. has to spend billions on large deployments in the Middle East. If that danger is eliminated, and a new government, one whose mantra no longer is death to America, takes power in Tehran, the United States can finally draw down those forces, execute the long-promised pivot to the Indo-Pacific, and focus on defending American interests in our own hemisphere. As important as what Trump is doing is how he's doing it. With Operation Epic Fury, We are witnessing the birth of a new doctrine to guide U.S. global leadership in the 21st century, the Trump Doctrine. When Trump came to office, he faced a situation similar to the one Ronald Reagan inherited in 1981. In the wake of the Vietnam War, Americans had no appetite for sending U.S. troops to fight in distant lands. Reagan had to find a new way to lead on the world stage. So, he forged the Reagan Doctrine, supporting anti-communist freedom fighters across the globe to roll back the tide of Soviet communism. That strategy helped win the Cold War. Today, after the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, there is similarly no popular appetite for U.S. boots in foreign hotspots. So Trump, too, is pioneering a new way to lead. From Caracas to Tehran, he is using sanctions, tariffs, diplomacy, and other tools to impose America's will on its adversaries. If those adversaries don't yield, then he is employing military force to decapitate regimes that threaten the American people. And he is controlling events on the ground through his willingness to strike those regimes again and again until leaders emerge who will work with America. At this moment, the U.S. is striking Iran from the air, eliminating the regime's leadership, its retaliatory capabilities, its nuclear program, and its infrastructure of repression. Expect this campaign to last for weeks, not days. After that, what happens will be up to the Iranian people. As Trump proclaimed on Saturday, "To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take." In other words, there is no need for a U.S. invasion force. The Iranian people are the boots on the ground, and the fate of the country is in their hands. And if things do not turn out as we hope, and a government emerges that resumes its hostile posture toward America and its pursuit of nuclear weapons, Trump can eliminate it as well. This much is certain. Donald Trump is making history. There have been just 45 presidents since the founding.
Let me just go ahead and, dude, so you are destabilizing and hoping for a good outcome? That's the Trump doctrine? Oh, my Lord. So this is the strategy that's supposed to bring peace to the Middle East. We'll just roll the dice. We'll roll a couple dice, in the form of a missile or two, and then just hope for the best. Wow. Talk about the white man's burden being an anachronism, apparently. Number one, this is not going to end, millennia of conflict. Even within Iran, Iran is kind of, I think there are factions even in Iran. I don't know that much about the internal politics. Maybe Claris does, but I just don't think a roll of the dice like that, let's take out a couple layers of leadership. And by the way, it appears that the Ayatollah had made succession plans. So who knows? A bunch of the Ayatollah's family were taken out, but I don't know. As a matter of fact, this is the next story. This is what's his name? Damn it, Zateo. I can't remember the guy's name. Used to work for MSNBC. He's pretty popular. I'll think of his name in a minute. Zateo's saying by killing Khamenei, the West created a martyr and mainstream media is ignoring the Muslim backlash. Ali Khamenei was not Saddam Hussein or Muammar Gaddafi. Killing him will have religious reverberations, throughout the Muslim world for years to come, writes Nargis Bajogli. I'm sure I butchered that. So when Israel And American forces killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in strikes on his office that didn't just eliminate a political leader, they created a martyr with reach far beyond Iran's borders and triggered a backlash that Western media is barely covering. Of course not. It's all controlled by Trump. Protests erupting across the Muslim world, the attacks on U.S. embassies, which we will talk about a bit, and consulates from Pakistan to Lebanon to Iraq, the mass demonstrations in cities from Karachi to Baghdad to Lucknow to Beirut. These aren't just about geopolitics. They're about killing a religious authority whose significance transcends national politics. Hezbollah fired rockets at Israel on Monday and officially entered the conflict, explicitly citing Khamenei's killing. They've opened another front in a war that's already spiraling beyond anyone's control. I'm not sure I'm there thinking it's out of control yet. I guess we'll know maybe by the end of the week. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was not Nicolas Maduro. He was not Saddam Hussein. He was not Muammar Gaddafi. Understanding the difference matters enormously for what comes next. And I don't subscribe, so that's all I can read. But yeah, apparently, within the Sunni community, this guy was, he wasn't universally hated. I'll put it that way. So Iran strikes the U.S. embassy in Saudi Arabia as war expands yet again. And I guess, these embassies are considered U.S. soil. So let's listen to this. This is fairly short. This is about the strike in Saudi Arabia.
Iranian drones have hit the U.S. embassy in Riyadh, causing damage there. That's according to Saudi Arabia's defense ministry, which says that it also intercepted other drones fired into the kingdom early this morning. Meanwhile, sirens are going off in Bahrain as part of another Iranian attack there. And we're also seeing intense Israeli airstrikes target the Lebanese capital of Beirut. The Israeli military says that it's targeting Hezbollah operational and logistic points in the city. And Hezbollah has said that it has launched drones targeting an airbase in Israel. The Israeli military says that it's downed 2 drones coming in from Lebanon. All this comes as the wider Middle East is just engulfed in this escalating conflict that started when the United States and Israel launched an airstrike campaign.
Uh-oh. Why is that doing that? Not sure. Why is it doing this? All right. Well, I guess we will just end that here. But, basically, missile strike in on the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, which is in Riyadh's on the Red Sea side, right? Do I remember that correctly? That's across Saudi Arabia. Oh, wow. That's a ways. I wonder where the launch point was. Let me go back. Yep, that's hung. So let's go back. Caused a limited fire, an attack from 2 drones. I'd love to know where they were launched from. Could they have been launched from Yemen, maybe? Scan through here. I don't see a launch point. Maybe they don't know it yet. All right. Well, we'll just move on. So this was kind of covered in that press conference in the Oval Office. Trump threatens to cut off all U.S. trade with Spain over refusal to use military bases in Iran war. Yeah, this guy's, tariff and trade crazy. Other than olive oil, I'm sure we must get stuff from Spain. Other than olive oil and and stuffed olives with anchovies, what do we get from Spain? And wine. Let's see. On Tuesday, excuse me, at the White House, President Donald Trump said he ordered cutting off all trade with Spain after its leaders refused U.S. bases for Iran attacks, calling Spain terrible as he criticized its cooperation. The row stems from Spain's denial of base access as the Spanish government blocked U.S. military bases in Spain use. And Trump said Madrid is the only NATO country not committing to the 5% of GDP military spending target. Trump criticized allied responses, saying, but some of the European countries like Spain have been terrible, and Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. He asserted U.S. forces could fly in and use the bases regardless. The move could threaten trade worth $26 billion in 2025, with NATO implications after Spain denied U.S. base access, including Diego Garcia. Okay, so it's Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. The administration cited a recent U.S. Supreme Court decision, tariff authority. Yep, that's unimportant. So I didn't realize Spain had a presence on Diego Garcia. Why did I think that was Britain? Maybe it's another island I'm thinking of. Okay, so we're gonna switch gears, but we will touch on tariffs again. Al-Andalus has returned. We get racism from Spain. Saudi. Yeah, I guess you're right about that. What's up, Shara? What's up, Kelvin? What's up, Untrackable? All right, so tariffs. This is going to be interesting. Federal court rejects Trump administration attempt to slow tariff refund process. A federal court said on Monday rejected the Trump administration's attempt to slow the process of refunding billions of dollars worth of tariffs the Supreme Court struck down as illegal this last month. U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit started the next phase in the refund process by sending it to a lower court to sort out. In a court filing Friday, Trump's Justice Department had urged the Federal Circuit to proceed cautiously and hold off for 90 days, but the judges refused. The Supreme Court ruled February 20 that Trump's sweeping tariffs on most countries in the world were illegal, clearing the way for the importers who paid them to seek refunds. The Supreme Court offered no guidance on refunds. Well, to use Lindsey Graham's words, not their job. So I did not read this, but this is from the venerable Nobel Prize winner Paul Krugman. War is expensive for the little people. Operation Epic Fury will cost billions that could have been put to much better use. This is coming from a Nobel Prize winning economist. And I'll read a little bit of it. Since Substack, I have not figured out how to get Substack's reader to work on newsletters I don't pay for. It used to work. They probably heard of me. Okay, so on Sunday, according to the U.S. military, Kuwaiti forces shot down 3 U.S. F-15s in a friendly fire incident. Fortunately, the crews were able to safely eject and survived. The sad truth is that such incidents are common in modern war. One of the highest-ranking U.S. officers to die in World War II, General Leslie McNair, was killed in Normandy by U.S. bombs, not Germany. Interesting. How did he know this? Shocking aspect of the story is the value of the equipment destroyed. A new F-15 cost taxpayers $97 million. So that's almost a $300 million lost in seconds. And we should think about what could have been done with that money other than to launch a war without a clear plan or exit strategy. So I don't know, probably don't need to go that much farther into it. You get the gist. By the way, these links are in the show note if anybody wants to download and read them for yourselves or research. Let's clear some tabs here. That's pretty funny, Clarice. Oh, Lord forbid, Lord forbid. What's up, Ola? My house is way more is worth way more, which is a big tax to pay. So 97, it's worth more than 97 million. Ooh, I need to know what you do for a living. All right, let's see. What else do we have here? We're going to shift gears. This is immigration news. Judge Nix's latest policy requiring 7 days notice for Congress members to visit ICE facilities. I can tell you right now, this will be appealed. Federal judge agreed on Monday to temporarily suspend the latest version of a Trump administration policy that requires members of Congress to provide a week's notice before they can visit immigration detention facilities. No spot inspections. U.S. District Judge Gia Cobb, who is famous in Washington, ruled that a group of Democratic lawmakers is likely to succeed in showing that the 7-day notice requirement is illegal and exceeds the government's statutory authority. The judge said the Republican administration hasn't cited any concrete examples of safety issues posed by congressional visits without advance notice. So that is going to be interesting. I know that'll be appealed. Now, but Gia Cobb is in D.C., so it's going to go to what, the 10th Circuit? So I wonder if this will wind up in front of the Supreme Court. So we're gonna definitely be shifting gears, probably one article at a time. Most of these are going to be about court decisions, though. That'll be the commonality. Congestion pricing wins in court after lengthy battle with Trump. I remember that from maybe last summer. The victory removes a major threat to the New York City tolling program, which still faces other lawsuits. So that battle is not over yet. 149-page decision. Federal judge on Tuesday ruled that the federal government's attempt to end New York's congestion pricing toll was illegal, handing a major victory to the state in its defense of the first in the nation traffic reduction plan, which the Trump administration has tried to kill for more than a year. I wonder if that had anything to do with New York being a sanctuary city. I can't remember now, but that's not over yet. So now into Clinton news, and this actually brings up a question. The video of both Bill and Hillary Clinton's depositions has been released, and I haven't watched them, but I noticed a couple people that I know with a couple content creators I know were watching those depositions. Is anybody here? If anybody's interested in actually seeing those tomorrow, either email me or you can put a 1 in the chat now. I'm not particularly interested in seeing them. There are a couple clips that I might show, but it doesn't hold any major interest because honestly, from what I can glean, it was pure politics. Nothing came out. There was no there. And I'm like, if anybody's a master of what does what was it Bill Clinton asked? What does damn it. It was something that he asked, that famous question, what does is mean or something like that? Bill looked bad. Well, Bill is old and he's been kind of ill. Bill is in his 80s now. How old is Bill Clinton? I think he's in his 80s. Age of Bill Clinton. Because I know I want to say Hillary's like 82. Okay, he's 79 years old, so he doesn't look any worse than Trump does, to be honest. Let's compare 79-year-olds to 79-year-old. Trump looks 152, Ola. I saw a picture of Trump with a little patch behind his right ear. It looked like that stiff collar of his shirt has been irritating his neck. and it was Stacey Patton who showed a picture with the caption "ooh" or something like that. If I think of it, I'll show it. Well, Clarice, what I heard is what's her name? Nancy Mace. No. Lauren Boebert got humiliated. She released pictures. The rules were, hey, no pictures because it's supposed to be a closed door session. And Lauren Boebert released pictures, so they had to stop the whole process. And from what I understand, there's a clip out there where Hillary Clinton pretty much humiliated her. So we will probably yeah, he's literally a WWE character. So if anybody's interested in seeing Bill and Hillary testimony other than a clip or two that I may look at, just put a 1. No ones means we're not watching it. You can watch them on your own, I guess. So this is from CBS News. Justice Department moves to drop defense of Trump's executive order targeting law firms. And then lo and behold, that was yesterday. What a day. What a difference a day makes. Trump administration, in apparent reversal, tries to continue fight against law firms. The administration told a court on Monday that it was abandoning its defense of executive orders targeting the firms. But on Tuesday, the Justice Department appeared to abruptly change its plans because Trump was probably like, what are you doing? They are his personal lawyers these days. And they got to do what their client wants. All right, let's see. What else? Labor. Howard Lutnick's agency. Is he labor? Is he labor or commerce? I think he's commerce. Anyway, 2 aides. Okay, yeah, he's commerce. The two aides to Labor Secretary Lori Chavez de Rimmer had been on leave during an investigation of misconduct at the department. Oh, we got to listen to this.
Labor Secretary's top aides forced out. This article is by Rebecca Davis O'Brien and read by an automated voice. 2 top aides to Labor Secretary Lori Chavez de Rimmer were forced out Monday night amid an internal investigation into claims of misconduct by top officials in the department, people familiar with the matter said. Ms. Chavez de Rimmer's Chief of Staff, Jihan Han, and Deputy Chief of Staff, Rebecca Wright, were given 24 hours to resign after the White House told Labor Department leaders to fire them, one of the people said. Mr. Han and Ms. Wright could not be reached for comment. The White House did not respond to a request for comment. Their departure was reported earlier Tuesday by the New York Post. The Post in January reported on a whistleblower complaint with the Inspector General's office that claimed Ms. Chavez Derrimer drank on the job, that she was having an affair with a subordinate, a member of her security detail, and that she used department resources for personal trips. Investigators have spoken with several dozen witnesses in a probe that has expanded to include claims that Mr. Hahn and Ms. Wright tried to steer department grants to favored political operatives. In interviews with the New York Times, more than 24 current and former department employees described a toxic workplace characterized by an absentee secretary, hostile aides, and a deeply demoralized staff. Most of them spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss department business or because they feared retribution. Tyler Pager contributed reporting.
Well, we are going to talk about Trump's I don't know, his cabinet, his administration. Somebody's compared it to a Roman Colosseum. So it's pretty drinking, a lot of drinking on the job at the Roman Colosseum when it was active, I imagine. Let's see what else. More administration news. Pentagon watchdog stalls proposal to review targeting in Trump's boat strikes. A new inspector general delayed a decision on whether to approve the project and is said to have raised its potential political ramifications in a test of the watchdog system in President Trump's second term. Of course, it's going to have political ramifications. kind of like those 53 pages that haven't been released about Trump in the Epstein files thing. Those 53 pages could have political ramifications. So probably what'll happen is if the boat footage gets released at all, it'll be after the midterms. Let's see what else. This is more Supreme Court stuff. Supreme Court blocks law against schools outing transgender students to their parents in California. So this is yesterday. On March 2nd, the U.S. Supreme Court granted an emergency order reinstating a lower court injunction allowing California public schools to notify parents if a child changes name or pronouns while litigation continues. So apparently there was a law barring schools from letting parents know, and basically the Supreme Court says, yep, this law is gonna be enjoined while we litigate it. Now, I would imagine that doesn't mean it will happen. What is this? Let's see. No. I guess the Clintons could have done that, but they didn't actually go into Congress. They were basically somehow or another, like an arena or something was rented. So they did it remote. So they live in Chappaqua, New York. At least that's like their main residence. So they basically went from home to a local arena or something. So they didn't have to travel all the way into DC. So I was going to say about this story, there's nothing saying schools have to contact parents. I don't know that this is that big a deal. So this is interesting. So Dr. Stacy Patton is talking about at the education department. There are banners hung over the side. There's one of Trump at the Justice Department. At the Education Department, they've got one of Booker T. Washington, Catherine Beecher, and Charlie Kirk. Heroes. Let's see. The fourth banner says empowering states to tell the stories of our heroes in American education. And Charlie Kirk is considered a hero of education by the Trump administration. And, he visited a lot of college campuses. I guess he provided some sort of education in those little, I don't know, what would you call them? Performances? So, Charlie Kirk is a hero of education. Y'all need to just deal with that and let that sink in. So there's a story that I just found in the Atlantic. I don't think it's even a recent story. Yeah, this is from a couple weeks ago. Well, last week. And it's titled Trump's Favorite Voter ID Bill. The SAFE Act would probably backfire. And the reason being, they're thinking based on, some recent polling data from 2016 and 2020, that this SAFE Act is actually going to wind up hurting more Trump voters, but it's based on class demographics. And let's see here. I should have marked these. So I'll just read 3 paragraphs of this. Republicans' current voter ID push seems almost custom designed to disenfranchise their own voters. Many versions of the bill have floated around Congress lately, but the one that finally passed the House earlier this month requires not just voter ID to be shown when voting in person or a copy to be included when voting by mail, but proof of citizenship when registering to vote. This is a high bar. Only half of Americans own a passport, half. And only 5 states issue IDs that prove citizenship. I need to find out what those 5 states are. Everyone else would need an American birth certificate and a matching ID or certificate of naturalization. Married women, for instance, who broke for Trump in 2024, more married women voted for Trump in 2024, whose last name no longer matches their documentation, who lean more conservative on average than women who keep their last name, would need to add proof of name change. Interesting. So, more traditional women would be more affected. And those are bars that Democratic voters would have a much easier time clearing. One recent YouGov poll showed that 64% of Kamala Harris voters, reported having a valid passport, compared with 55% of Trump voters, according to an analysis by the voting rights nonprofit Secure Democracy USA. The 13 states in which people are least likely to have a passport voted for Trump in 2024. Passports are especially rare in rural communities where Republicans run up the score. Daniel Griffith, the author of the report, told me. So that's talk about voting against your own interests. That's pretty interesting news. Francis Fukuyama, who has been much in my content these days, and I agree with this. He's saying don't define Western civilization as Christian. It's a mistake to understand our shared inheritance in religious terms. And I guess I agree with that. He's basically saying that the Enlightenment um, is a better way to define Western civilization. It says here we are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices of our forefathers, made together for the common civilization to which we have fallen heir. That's from a speech at the Munich, that security conference in Munich about 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said all that. Christian faith. Secretary of State Fukuyama is responding. Secretary of State Marco Rubio got a standing ovation at the end of his talk at the Munich Security Conference, which we actually watched most of that speech, largely for his assertion quoted above that the United States and Europe are all part of a single Western civilization. His listeners were doubtless gratified that he backed away from the aggressive nastiness towards Europe displayed by Vice President J.D. Vance the year before, and that he seemed to be anchoring the transatlantic relationship in values as countless American leaders had done in years before the rise of Donald Trump. But what is the Western civilization to which Rubio was referring? His version of it is likely to be quite different from the understanding of most contemporary Europeans and from mine as well. Rubio did manage to get in a dig at me in the end of history. Yeah, I remember that. Because, these guys are basically post-liberals, of that bent. For an important group of American conservatives, Western civilization denotes a specifically Christian civilization and a culture built around active Christian belief. Rubio alludes to this by speaking not of Christian heritage, but Christian faith. His list of shared aspects of common civilization includes the words heritage and ancestry, which echo Vance's use of the term heritage Americans. There is no question that Western civilization is rooted in American heritage. Christian heritage. One of the deepest Christian values is the belief in the universal equality of all human beings in the eyes of God. National conservatives mock the liberal belief in universal human equality, and Rubio himself argues that no one fights for an abstraction, but for a particular way of life. There's one idea that lies at the core of Christianity and of Western culture. It is expressed by the Apostle Paul in Galatians 3:28. There is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, nor is there male and female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. Many important thinkers from Tocqueville to Hegel to Nietzsche have understood that Christianity spawned modern liberal democracy. Most people who defend human rights today do not do so in religious terms, but there is no question that the modern understandings of rights descend from Christian religious beliefs. But in making this transition, Western civilization detached itself from any overt identification with religion. The reasons for this were historical, absolutely. There were so many wars, once the Protestant Revolution took place in Europe. Europeans spent the next 150 years killing each other after the Protestant Reformation. And that's basically why, and I agree with that, this post-liberalism that people like Patrick Deneen and others want to talk about, it's literally going back to a point, in my opinion, and I haven't gotten around to reading Deneen and the others, but Fukuyama's saying the Enlightenment founders of modern liberalism agreed to push religion into the realm of private belief. And I'm 100% for that. It is, I don't think I've ever talked religion on any of my shows. If it was basically, hey, you can talk on another show about this sort of stuff. Religion to me is a private matter. And, you know, you don't talk about religion at work. And sometimes my panels can be work for sure. What's this about ramen? Let's see. Clara says, that's the problem, Ola. What is a good person? Some philosophies don't even believe in such a thing, whereas others lay it out very clearly. Ramen. What's up, Uncle Fatty? So, ramen with the ugh. Yeah, you're right. Those seasoning packets, I usually just throw them away or save them for my son. Of course, I haven't eaten ramen in quite some time, probably a year or more. So anyway, I agree, but you know, I tend to consider myself a capital L liberal anyway. So whether I like it or not, because there are all kinds of problems with the Enlightenment, but you know, unfortunately, I'm kind of a creature of the Enlightenment due to, you know, the way I was educated. So, yep, videos of Bill and Hillary Clinton's Epstein testimonies released, and apparently there are no takers. So that is probably a moot point, though there is at least one clip I might show, but not today. So this surprised the hell out of me. Few years ago now, in Winder, Georgia, Barrow County, which is probably 2 hours or more from where I live. I know right where it is because it's between Athens, Georgia, where the University of Georgia is, and Atlanta, Winder. There was a school shooting, and there was just all kinds of rigmarole around it. Well, here's the deal. Father of Georgia school shooter found guilty of murder and manslaughter. Wow. And the wrinkle was that this father and son, like a year before the shooting, had been called into the FBI for questioning because there was a rumor, you know, that the kid was, you know, planning something. And the father pretty much denied, like, hey, you know what? Nope, rumors are not true, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the next Christmas, he bought his son a pistol. So I'll read a little bit of this, for there is no auto reader available. Colin Gray, the father of Georgia school shooter Colt Gray, was found guilty of murder and manslaughter charges Tuesday in a case testing the limits of who is responsible for a mass shooting. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before convicting him on all 27 charges. 2 counts of second-degree murder, 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 18 counts of cruelty to children, and 5 counts of reckless conduct. At the defense table, Colin Gray did not visibly react to the verdict. He was taken from the courtroom in handcuffs. He faces 10 to 30 years in prison on each murder charge and 1 to 10 on each manslaughter charge. Prosecutors accused, you know what? Let's watch this video. Maybe it might be more informative and save my voice. Let's see here.
A verdict has just come in for the murder trial of the Georgia school shooter's father. CNN's Isabel Rosales is right outside the courtroom. What's the verdict, Isabel?
Pam, guilty across all 27 charges, including second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter. Jurors went into deliberations at 9:03 a.m. this morning. I put a timer on my phone. It took them 1 hour and 45 minutes to come back with a verdict right before lunch. Again, guilty across the board. Other charges, including second-degree cruelty to children, reckless conduct. These are charges that would put him there, depending on sentencing and how much time Colin Gray is given for the rest of his life. He might spend the rest of his life in prison. It was an emotional moment for families sitting right behind us on the second row as they heard guilty across all charges. These were the family members of Mason Skirmerhorn, Christian Angulo, Cristina Irami, and Richard Aspinwall. And they watched very closely as Colin Gray was led away in handcuffs out of the courtroom. This is a historical case. It's a case testing the limits of who is responsible for a mass shooting, a school shooting. It is only the third time ever that this has happened on a nationwide scale, where a parent has gone through a trial for a shooting carried out by their child. You'll remember James and Jennifer Crumley, their son carried out a shooting in Oxford, Michigan, killing 4 different students. Now, we heard from the district attorney, Brad Smith, as he was coming out of the courtroom right behind me. He said this simple sentence, quote, "We are very pleased with the verdict." They built a case here arguing that if it weren't for this father's negligence, all of these people would still be alive today. Guys.
Yeah, and let me see, can I find the part where they had been questioned by the FBI like a year before this happened? Let's see. Let's see what happened at the trial. Yeah. Well, let's look at this video.
So what? Tell me what. You have any kids or anything with you? Yeah, Colt Gray. Colt? Yeah, Colt. He's my oldest son. How old is he? He's 13. Does he play a lot of video games and stuff? Yeah, he does. Play all the time. Is he here right now? Yeah. You think it's something he might have? I damn sure want to know. Can we talk to him? Yeah, absolutely. Now look, he gonna get all red face when you talk to him. Just calm. Do you have weapons in the house? I do. Are they accessible to him? They are. I mean, there's nothing loaded, but they are.
Oh my God.
We do a lot of shooting. We do a lot of deer hunting. He shot his first deer this year. I don't know anything about him saying like that, and I'm gonna be mad as hell if he did. And then all the guns will go away, and they won't be accessible to him. You know, I'm trying to be honest with you. I'm trying to teach him about firearms and safety and how to do it all and get him interested in the outdoors. Mm-hmm. Like on my phone. Get him away from those video games. Exactly right. And whatever y'all are telling him, please instill in him that if this is whatever or wherever this is coming from, it's no joke. No. Like, it's no joke. But we wouldn't be here if it was. No, I know. And I'm telling you right now, we talk about it quite a bit. All the school shootings, things that happen. Yeah, scary. Hey, are you getting picked on at school? He is. He's getting picked on at school. And is everything okay? That's why I keep going up there. So did your dad kind of explain everything to you? He said something about shooting up a school. Did you say something? No. I just told him, I don't know what. Maybe they misheard somebody else. I would never say that. You never ever said. No, I swear. Do you use Discord? Discord? Yes, sir. I used to. I don't have it. When's the last time you used it? Like a few months ago. Really? Was it at Traditions or was it here? No, it was at Traditions because in that Discord account that I had deleted it before you moved here. Yeah, because I think it got like it had been password forward or something. Like have you heard anybody on Discord when you were using it say something like that? Do you remember? Like at that time? Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think I ever had anybody that. Never. And I mean, I'm not trying to get anybody hemmed up, but like this is some serious stuff. Yeah, I know. Oh, he knows how serious it is. Trust me. He's telling me he didn't. Yeah. Telling me he can't remember anything like that. And I take you at your word. Okay. If you look me in the eye and you tell me that's what you're telling me, I got no choice but to take you at your word right now. Okay. Yes, sir. But like I was telling your dad, if you find out otherwise, then it's a different story. Okay. It's a really different story.
Well, Oh boy. Wow. He's a good kid, the father said through tears. He wasn't perfect, nor was I, but to do something that heinous, I don't know that anybody can see that kind of evil. The Colt I knew, the relationship I had, there was this whole other side of Colt I didn't know existed. Hmm. He acknowledged multiple firearms were stored in a closet, unsecured and unlocked. He said Colt sometimes kept the AR-15 rifle in his bedroom. He struggled to explain Colt's lack of school attendance throughout his entire 8th grade school year. Whoa. Hmm. Well, they don't talk about the part about a year before. Um, and then he got confused with another student named Colton Gray, Kolton. So anyway, parents beware. I don't mean any parents in this chat, but dude, and I agree with this fully. If you are going to have dude, teenagers are inherently unstable. It's just the time, it's just that time of their lives. And man, do they need parents more in their teenage years. And I know this from personal experience. My son will be 20 this year. From that, like basically once from like 8th grade, maybe even 7th grade to like 11th grade, maybe even 12th grade. Yeah, those are the quote wonder years. So it's really tragic. These kids, this dude had unsecured weapons. He was a single father, like there had been some trouble, like divorce and stuff like that. Yeah. Those poor families. So, let's see here. I can't remember if we watched this or not. And I'm going to skip through the first segment because I'm going to skip through this first segment because it's just annoying and I don't need to watch any more of the State of the Union. So let's start here. And if it looks like we've watched this before, I can't remember whether I watched it on my own or whether I watched it on the show. But it's called Trump is Living a Fantasy Version of His Own Presidency. It just seems relevant after watching that press conference today.
Joining me now to interrogate me about Trump's State of the Union and what, if anything, it means for American politics is my editor, Aaron Redica. Aaron, welcome back to the show.
Hi, Ezra.
Where do you want to start?
I want to start at the very end. After Trump spoke, before we heard from Abigail Spanberger, I was listening to the feed that kept going after he was done as he moved through the House or moved through the Capitol. And it was absolutely incredible. Everybody was like, attaboy, you're the best. That was incredible. Amazing. And then there was a truly stellar moment when someone said, that was a home run, sir, something like that. And then someone else, or maybe the same person, was like, it was a grand slam. Whatever else that was, it wasn't a grand slam. In his speech, he seemed to be living in a reality that is not the one we're actually living in. What do you make of that disjunction? Like he's in one place and America is in another.
I think he believes his own bullshit. And I think that is an important skeleton key at this point to understanding the Trump administration. You remember when the Times Opinion, in fact, published in the first administration, the famous incognito, we are the resistance inside the Trump administration.
Of course I remember.
Opinion piece, yes.
Yeah.
And reflected, like that was an extreme version of something that was more broadly happening inside that administration, which is that there were a lot of people who were not bought in a loyalist, sycophant way to Trump himself. They were serving under him. They understood themselves as serving partially him, partially the country. They understood him as having some good ideas and some bad ones. And so there was some kind of normal structure around him that was built to somewhat restrain him.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Yeah.
You know what's so interesting about that? The guy who wrote that, and of course he's out and about talking about it now, was in DHS, which I think is
The Department of Homeland
Security, which I think is very significant actually in terms of what you're talking about, right? The people who were there were in some ways the people who were the most skeptical.
Yes, and if you were looking at the first State of the Union, the State of the Union a year into Trump's first term, who would the Speaker of the House have been? Been Paul Ryan, another senior Republican who did not owe his career to Donald Trump, who was not fully bought in on Trump. Trump has fully taken over the Republican Party. His administration is truly stacked with loyalists. There is a complete submission all around him to the rules of winning his favor, which is to say you tell him things he wants to hear, you flatter him. I thought one of the both funny and dark refrains of the speech was where he kept saying that, oh, it wasn't his idea to name the website Trump RX. It wasn't his idea to name
the Trump
savings
accounts,
accounts Trump accounts. It wasn't, he didn't say this in the speech, but he said elsewhere, it wasn't his idea to put his name on the Trump Kennedy Center. People around him know one way that you curry favor with him is you name things after him and present it to him. And he's like, oh, what, me? For me? You want to name it after me? And when the world around you has bought into manipulating you that way, and you have an ego like he already has, and you don't have rigorous modes of thought or policy process, it is actually impossible that you will maintain a normal connection to reality. It's hard enough to do that just as any president, but he is not going to be able to do it. And sure enough, he is not doing it.
Yeah, it's even true of the speech writers, right? They can't come and say, oh, do a Carter type speech where you acknowledge the pain people are suffering, where you talk about problems. He loves to talk about bloody difficulties, but we'll get to that later because it was really a blood-filled speech. But they can't do that, right? They can't present him with material that is at variance with his conception of the world. And so it makes actually their task very difficult. And it was, I mean, if we're talking about whether it was like boring or interesting, it was not super interesting, right?
I thought it was in a way because here's what I think. I think we do a bad job in the media, particularly the punditry side of the media, covering the State of the Union. Because we treat the State of the Union as if it is a hermetically sealed message.
Right. Yes, we're isolationists about the State of the Union, yes.
That every American citizen, or non-citizen for that matter, will live inside and form impressions based on. The number of Americans who will sit through an entire State of the Union, to say nothing of sitting through the longest State of the Union delivered by a president to Congress, it's not nobody. It's going to be in the millions of people. But what the State of the Union ends up being, I think, is this moment when the president sends a single signal to the entire political system and to more of the country than he can normally speak to about how he understands this moment in his presidency and in the country and what, if anything, he intends to do about it. And the signal
by the way, just to preview, the next one is going to concentrate on this particular Iran stuff. And I'm going to tell you right now, it was so riveting to me that I actually watched the whole thing. A lot of times I don't preview videos before I watch them because I kind of like watching them, the information in real time, along with, the viewers, the folks in the chat. But this one, there were some things that I, off the top of my head, I actually learned some stuff. I also could not refute, just off the top of my head, not like I'm some foreign policy thing guy, but it was fascinating. And again, for folks who are newer to the channel, I tend to pretty much concentrate on domestic policy stuff, American stuff. While I have kind of a, cocktail conversation level, awareness of foreign policy, that's probably why I found this so fascinating. These two people were foreign policy people. And then there's another one, the Council of Foreign Relations has a YouTube site. And there was an interview that like the actual Council of Foreign Relations people had, that was actually fascinating. It doesn't have video, but the audio was good enough. If I don't get to it today, I'm definitely going to show it tomorrow, maybe as an opening video. They are none too kind to they are none too kind, and they're not blistering or anything, but this is not getting a thumbs up, to the extent that I kind of thought neocons would actually have an argument. People like Lindsey Graham, and that dude who wrote the Trump doctrine opinion piece. Those guys don't have arguments. So anyway, we'll go ahead, get back to this. Sorry, for the folks again who are kind of newer to the channel. During the week, we kind of do, the more, I don't want to call it boring, but the more informational stuff. This is kind of hardcore in some ways, not hardcore, but this to me, some of the stuff we watch is fascinating. The opinions and stuff like that.
He sent last night was that he is living in a fantasy version of his own presidency, that he does not recognize any of the problems.
I wouldn't call it a zoo exactly.
That he has no plan to do anything about it because he doesn't think there is any problem to solve.
Whoa.
And
let me
he sent that signal.
Well, since I mentioned foreign policy and Clarice brought up something that I guess maybe we might have to subscribe to this. This is hot off the presses from something called the Peninsula, and somewhere in the Gulf. This is Qatar. I usually pronounce it Qatar. I think you can pronounce it either Qatar or Qatar. Qatar State Security announces the arrest of 2 cells affiliated with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. So this is, how old is this? 12:40 a.m. So this is tomorrow morning for us. It's already tomorrow there, apparently. Because they're like 8 hours ahead, something like that. I can't remember. Persian Gulf is like 8 hours, maybe. So anyway, Doha, as part of the ongoing efforts to protect the security and stability of the state of Qatar, the competent authorities have arrested 2 cells operating on behalf of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, in the state of Qatar. Monitoring and follow-up operations resulted in the arrest of 10 suspects. 7 of them were tasked with espionage missions to gather information about vital and military installations in the country, while the other 3 were tasked with carrying out acts of sabotage and had received training in the use of drones. Locations and coordinates of sensitive facilities and installations, communication devices, and technological equipment were also found in their possession. During the investigations, the suspects confessed to their affiliation with the IRGC and their assignment to carry out espionage and sabotage missions. State security urged citizens and residents to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activities to the competent authorities. So I also, because I went and searched for this story, and thank you very much, Clarice. This is what, most of the people who have wrenches in this chat have at one point or another, just dropped links that were pertinent, information to that day's show. So salute to Clarice. I actually found that a couple like US manufactured early warning systems or something had been targeted by and hit by Iran. So yeah, that's some good stuff right there. Thank you, Clarice. Let's see. Anything about the Russian officials that were on state TV talking trash about the diaper dictator? No, you gotta drop that one for sure. You can't tantalize me like that. Sleeper cells activated. You're probably right. It's like a live action video game. All right, so let's get back to boring Ezra Klein, but we got to do it. It's always interesting, and anybody who's gonna compare the Trump administration to a Roman circus, you got to listen to at least a little bit of it. I may skip to the next video, but let's give this a try.
To the assembled members of, like the idea that Republicans in Congress are cheering for this, they're going to lose their jobs. There's a very, very good chance, and I think it went up last night, that at the next State of the Union,
Mike Johnson won't be sitting
Mike
there.
Johnson is not sitting behind him. And so to me, that we have this tendency to get really caught up in the showmanship of the State of the Union. He had the hockey team out. He kept bringing people out. He kept presenting these medals. That stuff is all going to be forgotten in 48 hours. The State of the Union is going to be forgotten in 48 hours. What will last is the strategic positioning the president chooses about how to solve the country's problems and how to solve his own problems. And the positioning he chose was to see if lying about them will work. But the problem with lying about them, the problem with treating them on the show a month back, and a point he makes that I think is very sharp about Trump, is that Trump governs retail, not wholesale. That he governs through these individual deals with countries, with companies, not by doing things that change policy for the most part all across the country. Now, immigration is a counterexample to this, and to some degree the tariffs are a counterexample to this. But something you really saw last night was Trump bragging about a series of very individual, like usually modest policies, some of which are not even really policies. So Trump RX are individual negotiations the Trump administration has been doing with drug manufacturers through tariff debates and negotiations. So you can get cheaper Wegovy through Trump RX because as part of the tariff negotiations, Trump was able to extract that. It's not a crazy move, but it's not going to allow you to bring down prescription drug prices across the economy. You'd actually need to pass legislation and have Medicare do across the board bargaining for that. And the thing that's happening around the Trump RX move is that he is extracting cheaper prices on individual drugs, and then those manufacturers are raising prices on the other drugs to make it up.
So it's trying to win entirely with communication, though, right? There was a strategic point to the speech, but also they were seeking to, is this a word, memify? I sound like you now. To create memes, to create moments. The thing they were clearly proudest of among all those stunts was his little spiel about how...
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
And then
I'm going to kind of disagree with that. If they're on U.S. soil, you don't just leave them in the wind. That's a very interesting comment. Yeah.
Focused on, oh, you guys are sitting, you guys are sitting, you guys are sitting.
You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself.
you don't think that will work?
No, I don't think anybody cares. Most people aren't watching and most people don't care. People understand why Democrats don't like Donald Trump. They understand why Donald Trump doesn't like Democrats. One of the things you always need to be doing in politics, particularly if you're unpopular, and the dynamics of social media have made this harder for both parties, is thinking about the person who doesn't like you but could like you. Not the person who already likes you, not the person who already thinks you're doing a great job.
Right, which was the crucial demographic that broke for him when he beat Hillary Clinton, right? People who didn't like either of them ended up voting
And
for
they
him.
broke for him with Joe Biden. And the thing he's not doing right now is giving those people anything. There's this deep way in which Donald...
I wonder if that's because he understands that a third term is probably not in the cards. My impression is that, hey, you know what? He really doesn't care about his successor.
Donald Trump, to me, is the inverse of Joe Biden. Joe Biden could not solve a single problem through communication and basically didn't try. He didn't take credit for things. He was not really that capable by the end of giving good speeches. Trump is trying to solve all of his problems through communication, not through governing. And what you see is that that doesn't work either. He's doing all the things that people say, Biden should have done. He's naming everything after himself.
That is
He's
true.
making sure everybody
That
knows
is
about
true.
it. But because most people just don't pay that much attention to politics or to policy, in fact, that's not doing anything for him. People are mad about prices. We should talk about immigration. They're mad about immigration. And they're mad about disorder that now Donald Trump is causing. And going piece by piece to this deal or that deal, to no tax on tips, to whatever, is not going to talk him out of it.
The immigration thing, there's so many things to talk about with this. One thing that really struck me last night is he told many terrible stories about a commercial truck that badly injured a girl who was then shown. And he talked about the murder in Charlotte on a light rail train of a young Ukrainian refugee. But he made an interesting and telling mistake.
She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America, came in through open borders.
He's saying, open borders, illegal alien did that. But that's not true. The guy who killed her is from Charlotte. And what I thought was so revealing about that is that it showed, again, what's going on in his mind, right? The default is just like, I'm going to kick back to the thing that got me here, right? And this is it. It doesn't matter that Renee Good was killed. It doesn't matter that Alex Preddy was killed. It doesn't matter that I had to essentially retreat from Minneapolis and Los Angeles, actually, right? All those places. Because I'm just going to go to the original thing of like, these people kill people, they're evil, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, it shows two things. One is you think about the process by which State of the Unions are normally vetted. The amount of interagency meeting and making sure the president doesn't say anything that can be untrue. The Trump White House, because it cares so little about the fact checkers, has freed itself from that discipline and that rigor. And so
that's like the understatement of the century.
But the fact that nobody stopped that from happening, nobody stopped him from getting something that substantial wrong, is, as you say, telling, but it's telling about a kind of a weakness and a vulnerability around him, which is that they are not doing things carefully. The other thing I want to note on immigration. So immigration has gone from Donald Trump's dominant issue. If you look at his net approval, so approval minus disapproval, at the beginning of his term, a year ago, he has a net approval on immigration that is around plus 10, which is very, very strong for him.
That's a big number, yeah, for those of you who don't follow this stuff.
It's now flipped. It's now, it depends on the poll you look at, but -7, -10, -13. So that's a big loss on his strongest issue. The economy has been even worse for him, has gone down even further. But the thing that I think he doesn't quite understand about immigration is weirdly the same thing Democrats didn't understand about crime. So late in Biden's presidency, crime has fallen quite a bit violent crime in particular. And when people talk about the anger Americans feel about the crime issue, there's a lot of pointing out that, well, if you're following the actual crime data, we're sort of at a violent crime low. And it was true-ish. And one thing that I said and that others said at that time was that the crime polling is picking up something very real that is not getting measured in the murder rate, which is a dislike of disorder. There was, particularly in the post-pandemic period...
It's bigger than dislike, right? It's a recoil.
A recoil of disorder. But it's picking up a reaction to disorder. There were tent cities in, major American cities. There was fair jumping, right? There was a lot happening, particularly post-pandemic, that had a feeling of no one is in control. And there was very good, research on this coming out at the end of Biden. And immigration was part of this. There had been a flooding. Partially this was Abbott bussing people around, but there had been a flood of people coming into the country. And those people went all around the country, and you saw it. You see it on the New York subways. You see it around you, and things feel out of control. And people don't like what they want from their leaders is to seem to be in control of events. Donald Trump, in his immigration policy, has become the bringer of disorder. When ICE and the CBP and the National Guard move into these cities, it brings disorder. It leads to Americans being shot dead in the streets by their government. There's no more fundamental form of disorder than that. But you go to DC when the National Guard is there. You go to Los Angeles when the National Guard is there. That doesn't feel like safety and order. It feels like being occupied, and people don't like it, and they react against it. I mean, the Minnesota reaction was incredible and brave and heroic. But one reason Trump is failing is not just because people think his immigration policy is cruel, though they do, but at its core, what they were asking for was things feel out of control. We don't want them to feel this way. And Trump made things out of control in a different way. He did reduce border crossing, but then he brought this almost war into the interior of the country. And nobody wanted that. What they wanted was for their life to feel calm and safe, not to all of a sudden have masked agents running through their streets and picking up
with military-grade
weaponry,
actually killing
picking
people.
up the guy who you buy pizza from, right? Picking up somebody who's, their kids go to school with your kids. And then all of a sudden you're seeing Americans gunned down by federal agents. So Trump is up there making this whole pitch about all of the blood being spilled by immigrants. I don't think he understands that what he was in some ways channeling was an anger at disorder, and now what he is the bringer of is a kind of...
Yeah, well, I think, something, I noticed, having been former Navy, this laissez-faire attitude about casualties of war. He said something when he announced, the action on Iraq, something to the effect of, there will be casualties, but that's the way it is, in war. That kind of attitude, I honestly think that same attitude is what allowed Minnesota. It's like, hey, you know what? You have to break a few eggs to make an omelet. I think that is kind of, the spirit of MAGA. Hey, cruelty is the point. Well, even if cruelty isn't the point, it's a part of life. The law of the jungle. The weak are going to have to be separated, the chaff from the wheat, that sort of attitude. And I don't think America is that.
Kind of state-sanctioned disorder.
Right, which is, of course, incredibly dangerous, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, and a cornered Trump, a wild Trump, a Trump who feels there's nothing to gain is not something I'm not looking forward to that.
I'm gonna let's see. Let me skip ahead because, I'm going to skip ahead to the 34-minute mark. So that'll be like 10 minutes or so. And I may skip the whole last segment. But how can I resist this segment called The Right's Brain Rot Problem? I've got to watch that.
And took away the moderators and let all the Nazis back in. And it turns out if you let all the Nazis and the racists back in, that has a real audience on the right too. And so there is what is happening with the president at one level very high up is also happening, down a lot lower. And this is not a movement that is going to effectively come up with like normal solutions for political problems. So you have always a danger that it moves into straight repression, right? That he uses the military and other things to try to win elections that he cannot win through votes. But right now, it seems to me there is a genuine possibility. It's not huge, but that Republicans will lose the Senate because Donald Trump will not endorse John Cornyn in Texas. And if he has not endorsed John Cornyn in Texas, and Cornyn, one of the reasons Trump seems to not like him is Cornyn did not buy in to the 2020 lies. But if he doesn't endorse Cornyn, which he hasn't, and voting is sort of beginning, Ken Paxton, who's a much weaker nominee, absolutely scandal-plagued in every direction,
emblematic of our era in so many ways,
might become the Republican nominee for Senate in Texas. And Texas is, a red state, and Paxton might win anyway. But if Democrats nominate Tallarico, it seems to me like they're stronger candidate in that race, but who knows? You could end up in a situation where I don't think Crockett or Tallarico could beat Cornyn, but I think Paxton is beatable. And in a situation where you have a Democratic wave year and a very, very scandal-plagued Republican Senate candidate, that could end up being the decisive Senate race. And then people will look back and it will have been Trump. Like Trump could have interceded to protect himself and just chose not to. And the reason I bring this up is that I think it's really important to distinguish between somebody who has a clear-eyed strategic picture of the situation in front of them and is acting cynically, lying and, using conspiracy theories to rile up the base, and somebody who actually doesn't have a clear-eyed picture of the situation in front of them and is acting impulsively and emotionally, or at least unstrategically, in ways that can harm them. And I think what we're seeing right now is Trump is the second thing, not the first. He's not a brilliant manipulator. He is a deluded manipulator.
What's interesting about the 2020 lies, whether or not you think that Trump believes them or whether he didn't and then he does, what's interesting about it is that the loyalty test is stronger if you know that in reality he lost the election and you're still willing to say, as Congress did, that actually we're not going to certify those results, even though they knew perfectly well that they were legit, right? That's actually the more powerful move, right? To get people to acknowledge a non-reality, right? And this is why people are always making references to Eastern Europe, to, the history of Latin America, and even to Hitler and Mussolini and all the rest of it, because making someone believe something they know is not true is a bigger power move than getting them to acknowledge something that's true. And watching last night, that was something I was thinking about too, because they're trying to get people to accept a reality, obey a reality, acknowledge a reality that doesn't exist. And sometimes that works, but it often doesn't, right? It decays.
I think one thing that is interesting and on some level a little bit inexplicable to me right now about how things are going for Trump and Congress is that if you actually look at what Congress is doing quietly, and this is a Republican-dominated Congress at the House and Senate level, Trump is actually facing, I would say, a fair amount of resistance. They have agreed to, at the high level, just unfathomably unqualified and corrupt cabinet appointees, but they have rejected, forced the withdrawal of more sub-cabinet appointees than we've seen from any president in the modern era. And if you look at spending, Trump just did not get a lot of what he wanted. I mean, Rust vote sent all these, Doge-inspired spending cuts. And in fact, the government is spending more this year than it did the year before. Republicans in Congress just rejected a lot of what Trump wanted to eviscerate. So there is this dynamic that is happening between Trump and the Republican Party, which is Trump only cares about a couple of big things. He cares that you flatter him. He cares that you agree with him on some of his big lies. He cares about tariffs. He has some things that he really does track.
Doesn't want to be impeached again.
Doesn't want to be impeached again. But they are not in an aggressive way riding herd on Republicans in Congress to back their agenda all the way through. And at this,
yeah, I'm gonna end this here. There's nothing, I think it's just kind of a recap. I don't know how many of you have heard of Douglas McGregor. He was some sort of military analyst. I can't remember whether it was for NBC or MSNBC. Retired colonel who was like an advisor to one of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, one of the chairmen of the Joint Chiefs. But I found this particular interview actually kind of enlightening, believe it or not. So let us watch. Glenn Deason, I think that's how you pronounce his name. No idea who he is, but he's got like almost 400,000 subscribers. So somebody must know who he is. So let's listen to this from the beginning.
Welcome back. We are joined today by Colonel Douglas McGregor, a decorated combat veteran, author, and former advisor to the U.S. Secretary of Defense. Thank you for coming back on. We are now heading towards the end of day 3 of the war against Iran. And I think it's fair to say that I think Trump was hoping for a quick war, but it doesn't appear that there will be any quick regime change operation happening here. How are you assessing it, though? How should we, I guess, measure the developments of the war and what to expect?
I think the first thing we can say is that the Iranians have targeted at least 27 bases, including port facilities in the Middle East, ranging from Incirlik Air Base all the way down to Dubai in the Gulf. So the war has been effectively regionalized, and the consequences of these actions cannot really be fully appreciated yet. Everyone knows about the Gulf and what has already happened in the oil markets. Today, the oil markets in Europe opened about 20% higher, simply based on the probability that the oil supply would be disrupted for some period of time. So I think we're headed towards more than $100 a barrel. We'll get there pretty quickly. How high, I don't know, but I think that's going to happen. And if you look at a place like the United Arab Emirates, very inexpensive drones have defeated what appear to be some of the world's most expensive air and missile defenses and put a number of airstrips, airports out of business. You have to understand.
A question came up because I actually went up to Sharon's panel today, and as usual, I was met with people who have no clue how to make cogent points, and succinctness is not a feature of of any of those, the regular gang. They will beat a dead horse 20 minutes at a clip, and instead of just getting to the point, making it and getting it out, and they hate to be interrupted, which that is probably the reason I don't get Brownsvilles up on my panels, because I don't, I can literally take you point by point people want to get up there and make like all 5 of their points instead of being able to defend an argument point by point, as if they have context. Like if you hear all 5 of my points, you'll get the first point. That's I don't even know how that works. But anyway, somebody brought up the drone issue. Why can't, we know that, the drones are a thing. Why don't we have better defenses against drones? Drones, you can fly those things so low they can't be seen by radar. So, and drones can be, they can be the size of Dave's biggest plane. So it is really hard to defend against drones, especially if they're really small and don't have much of a radar signature. And I don't know why that question was even asked.
That in the Gulf, there are all sorts of international conglomerates, especially a lot of Indian conglomerates, that do a huge business through the United Arab Emirates and Dubai. All of this is effectively being shut down. You also have millions of people. There are about 4.6 million Indians who own businesses in the Emirates who are now stranded, and they are a critical component of the economy. In addition to those, there are, hundreds of thousands, probably millions of Europeans, Americans, and others who are stranded. Right now, you've got to cross the mountains down to Muscat in order to find an aircraft that'll take you out. I think the damage that's being done to the oil infrastructure is only now really beginning. We have evidence that some oil refineries have been struck, particularly in Saudi Arabia. I think we're going to see more of that. So we're at the beginning of what is ostensibly a long regional war. And we haven't even begun to assess the possibility that others may become involved, because this emergence.
But see, I don't know. And again, I'm not a foreign policy guy, so I'm just going by feel on this. I don't get the impression that that this is going to erupt that way. But again, I don't know. I have to defer, but it's just my feeling.
Created by the Gulf War affects India, it affects Northeast Asia, it affects Turkey, it affects Europe. Effectively, the entire world is now focused on this war that is ostensibly between Israel and Iran. Now, the funny thing about this war is that it did not begin with a joint Israeli-American assault. It began with an Israeli attack. And Secretary of State Rubio seems to have told the group of 8, these are senators in the U.S. Senate that are part of the Senate Armed Services Committee, that Israel began the attack. We had not been informed of it. We were not warned that they were going to do this. All we knew was always a possibility. And we decided to simply join in because we were not yet satisfied with our posture at the beginning of this. So we seem to have come late to the party. And now we've begun to feel the full impact of all these missiles. A number of missiles have been fired at ships that have yet to strike them. And we know that 3 F-15 fighters were downed. We're attributing that to friendly fire, although there are some disputes about that in terms.
Excuse me. FYI, I watched this yesterday, so some of this stuff is already widely known.
Of others in the region and the world who seem to think the Iranians did it. In any case, we lost 3 F-15s. We didn't lose the pilots, but we have lost American sailors, soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. We just don't know how many. We've admitted, I think, to 3 or 4, but I suspect there's more than that. So the question is, where are we headed? I think we're headed into a long campaign. And, you listen, I'm sure you listened to statements by Secretary Hegseth and President Trump, laced with all this business about the state sponsor of terrorism and how it will have to submit ultimately to Israel and the United States. I think these are very incautious and stupid statements. They don't comport with reality. I mean, frankly, Glenn, if we were interested in combating radical Islam, we would probably be focused on Pakistan and certainly on Syria right now, which is headed by the remnants of ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Those two states don't seem to come up for discussion very much. And Pakistan in particular has been the sort of incubator of radical Islam and Islamist terrorism for a long time. So this is really about Israel's interest in destroying Iran and removing it as an obstacle to Israel.
Let me highlight one of the things that, and this is just me going on memory, but this particular go round of Trump 2.0, there is remarkable, these communications are remarkably uncoordinated. And I don't know whether it's just Trump going off script, but Rubio says something like, and this is Uncle Fatty saying that Rubio said, we knew that Israel was going to attack. So we attacked first to keep, excuse me, to keep our troops safe. And yeah, we didn't know Kuwait was gonna Kuwait was gonna be the problem. Now Trump said it all like something almost like the opposite in this news conference today, that really it was Trump crediting himself with actually putting Netanyahu up to it. So, basically Trump is insinuating, lightly insinuating that, oh, hey, Bibi and I talked and I was like, hey, I put him up to it. So, remarkably uncoordinated communications between the Secretary of State and the POTUS.
Really, military hegemony or Jewish supremacy, however you want to put it. And we're into it. We're committed to it. And I think ultimately logistics will probably have a big impact because we will eventually run out of missiles. And I think we're on the road already, because I just don't think President Trump or his advisors really believed that they would end up in a long war with Iran. And that's where they are right now.
Well, besides from the military targets, as you mentioned, we also seen attacks on ports, oil refineries, shipping, airports, some hotels. There seems to be several civilian targets as well. Did this take you by surprise? And how do you see the cost benefit to Iran here? Because on one hand, they want to inflict as much pain as possible, but I assume they don't want to pull in too many other external actors, because doesn't this risk entering into the war? The Gulf states or even the Europeans suggested that they would come in and defend their assets, their bases, and their allies. How do you assess the calculations on the Iranian side?
I think the Iranians know that the Emirates and the Saudis have played a duplicitous game, that they have tried to play both sides to the middle, as we say. So I don't think the Iranians regret any of that. And I think they want to make the world feel pain because they are feeling acute pain. So that's not surprising in the least. As far as the Europeans are concerned, they've known from the very beginning Iran presents no threat. That was laughable when we insisted on this installation in Romania, this anti-ballistic missile installation, on the grounds that we were protecting our European allies from Iranian missile attack. Nobody believed in that. That's nonsense. As far as the Europeans intervening to do anything, I think the British have sent their F-22s. Whether or not they've done anything, I don't know. Now, I know that their bases on Cyprus have been struck, and I assume probably put out of action. So I don't know what to make of European intervention. I think that's more hot air, but we'll see. They could certainly send some ships. but then again, they would be in harm's way. And it all depends on whether or not the European peoples are going to sign on for this. Again, you've got to distinguish Iran and the Shia from the vast majority of Muslims who are Sunni and Arabs and Turks. And I think the Europeans are a little more sophisticated than the Americans. They do not mix them up. They understand Iran is different, and Iran's interests are different. And Iran, as a civilizational state, Persia, is an entirely different animal from the rest of these post-World War I artificial constructs. So, we'll see, but I don't expect much out of the Europeans. I'm more concerned about the Chinese and the Russians. And when I say concerned, I mean, I wonder how long they sit on the sidelines and allow this to go on, because this is not in their interests, obviously. They want Iran to survive. Iran is a critical component of BRICS. It's part of the Belt and Road Initiative. The Turks want Iran to survive. I haven't heard any complaints out of the Turks about destroying our air base at Incirlik, because they know that that's our air base, and they have always been reticent to allow us to operate from that base against anyone we wanted in the region. So I think we're seeing the world sort of move in an entirely new direction. I would argue this is the end of Sykes-Picot. I think the maps are going to change. I'll be very surprised if all these family dictatorships in the Persian Gulf survive in their current form. I think the damage that's being done economically is going to stay with us for some period of time. The Indians have already turned to purchase oil again from the Russians, and that makes perfect sense for them. I'm surprised they ever went along with us to begin with. The dollar is losing airspeed and altitude. I mean, economically, this is a catastrophe. Financially, for us, I think it's a disaster. It's going to take more time, but over time, it's going to get worse for us. Remember, we are the ones that have been boasting to the world about how powerful we are and how the entire world needs to shake in fear of the American military power. Well, then people are going to expect us to perform. Iran, on the other hand, hasn't got to do anything other than survive. As long as Iran survives and the longer the war lasts, the weaker we look, the weaker Israel looks, and the stronger Iran looks. And I think Iran is going to survive. I don't see any evidence that it's going to suddenly pick up the phone, call Washington, and beg for mercy. Don't see that happening. So we're in a real trick. I think at the end of the day, we're going to be swept out of the region. Look at what's happening in Iraq right now. The Shia are rising, and the Iraqi government wants us out of the country. It's wanted us out for years. I think we're going to have to get out. I don't think anybody living in the Gulf is going to want us in proximity to any of their harbors or airports or anything else. So I think this is a developing disaster for us. And Israel's Iron Dome isn't working very well. And although we are definitely trying to fire missiles in support of Israel at air and missile defense, the Iranians seem to have moved technologically much further than we anticipated. They are now able to deliver missiles that have decoys that, produce multiple warheads, and then the real dangerous missile that you're trying to penetrate with flies through while we are preoccupied with decoys. So this is not working terribly well for us. But the interesting part is, in the West, the media, as always, is showing us a wonderful picture of American and Israeli military success. It's quite astonishing. I don't think that's the picture the rest of the world is beginning to get.
Yeah, I recently checked the media, and one gets the impression they're already planning for the new government to take over, and how relations will be shifted. And it's quite strange how the narratives deviate so much from reality. But this is then looking to be a long war. So how do you expect the United States and Israel, for that sake, to be exhausted? Because you said you assume they will be exhausted first, and then I guess it's over. But will they run out of interceptive missiles? Have they limited ability to hit Iran? Or what is it that you expect to first give in, or is it simply that the Gulf states will demand that the United States put an end to it?
Well, all of the ports that we habitually use to replenish our naval forces and to reload our naval forces with missiles and rockets and so forth, all of those have been destroyed. In other words, we're forced to fall back all the way to India, which is quite a distance from the region. Now, we can fall back to Italy at this point. I think Crete may be just out of reach. I hope so. But the point is that everything that we were accustomed to doing now has to change. War has become a much more arduous task for us. Remember, they've not only shut down the Straits of Hormuz, they've also shut down the Suez Canal for all intents and purposes because they've shut down the Red Sea. So the commercial picture is grim. The military picture is problematic. And I don't think that we can manufacture missiles at a sufficiently fast rate to keep up with their expenditure. And we have been supplying all the time vast numbers of missiles to Ukraine. And now we're beginning to feel the pain because so much of that is gone. It won't be long, perhaps a few more days, before we begin to more economically expend our missiles. And that means that you can't shoot down most of what's being shot at you. Remember, you're talking about shooting at least 2 or 3 missiles at every incoming missile. And we still can't target successfully and knock down hypersonic missiles. And a lot of these missiles are coming in at Mach 3, 4, 5, and 6. Those speeds are beyond our technological capability to defeat. So I think logistically, yes, we're going to have a huge problem. And we may pause. Now, whether or not the Russians and the Chinese are willing to mediate, or the Indians, I think India would probably be the best choice for mediation. They are, after all, neutral, despite Modi's recent visit to Israel, which I think was ill-considered. But nevertheless, Modi and India have cultural ties to Iran. Sanskrit and Indian civilization are a component part of Persian civilization itself. So I think there's an opportunity for the Indians to bridge the gap between us, the Israelis, and Iran. But we'll have to see. Right now, I think Iran is not dissolving into chaos. Yes, we killed the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, but I don't see any evidence that that has disrupted unity of effort and command and control. So, and the other advantage that the Iranians have, and this is an important one, is that much of their capability is widely dispersed. That makes it very hard for us. And even on the best day, you know, historically, we've had a lot of trouble dealing with anything that's mobile. So, you know, I just don't see in the near term any good news at all. And I hope that we are talking in Washington to others who may be able to help mediate some sort of end to this catastrophe. But I know that over the weekend, we apparently expressed an interest in negotiation. I don't know through what channels, but apparently that came from the Trump White House, and the Iranians said not only no, but hell no.
This is because they're not ready to put an end to this war then. I mean, well, it seems a bit foolish perhaps to put an end to it now, given that, the other side could simply just replenish their missiles and come back again in a few weeks. But what do you think the Iranians would want out of this war before they would let it come to an end?
I don't know what they will say, but I think what they want is to get us out of the region. And I think we are going to oblige, because this war is something that we've helped to bring on, and we've aligned ourselves with Israel, which is a pariah state in any case. Meaning Israelis are already widely hated and despised for their program of mass murder and expulsion in Gaza. Now this war is only going to make those matters much, much worse. So I think the Turks are now going to feel much more comfortable asking us to leave. And I think, as I pointed out earlier in the Gulf, we will be invited to leave. In other words, I think we're sacrificing our position in the region strategically for the benefit of Israel, but I don't think Israel's going to benefit. And, this sort of thing is going to have widespread repercussions. If you're sitting on the Korean Peninsula, you're already tired of the American military presence. You don't see the need for it because the Chinese are not interested in starting a war, and the Chinese have made it very clear to the Koreans that if they do anything, they will not be helped in any way by China. I think the Koreans are probably saying it's time for the Americans to leave, and then we need to work with China to reunite the peninsula and come to some sort of stable solution on the peninsula. I think the Japanese are watching this and beginning to wonder just how tightly aligned with us they want to be. I guess my point is, do we look strong, powerful, and invincible and vulnerable or not? And unfortunately for us, we need to look invincible and invulnerable. Now, we've opened ourselves up to all sorts of extraordinary problems that we might have otherwise avoided. Military power is one of those things where until you use it, nobody really knows what you've got. Remember, in 1940, everyone was saying, thank God for the French army. The largest army in Europe, the best equipped, more tanks, more this, more everything. That went away pretty quickly. So did the British Army. It didn't last very long. I think we're living in a world today where the old era is ending and a new one is beginning. And there will be new rules for the future. And those are not going to be written in Washington. They're going to be written, I think, largely in Asia and to some extent in Europe and the Middle East. But it's going to be written by indigenous peoples, not us. That's the long-term forecast. How long will this take is anybody's guess. But right now, the Iranians are feeling a lot of pain, but they're inflicting a lot of pain, and there's no incentive for them to stop.
Well, if one would want to kick the United States out of the Middle East, I guess, we can go for three areas. The one would be, of course, the military presence, and the military bases are being pummeled. But the second, of course, is the economic interest. But the third would be what you also alluded to, the U.S. credibility, that is as all powerful, and essentially all countries that wants to have security should align itself with the U.S. How do you see the wider, I guess, geopolitical ramifications of this, of U.S. credibility being shattered in this way? Because this was seemingly what opposite of what Trump wanted. He wanted to build up a very his whole approach, I think, is to show a lot of strength and hope that adversaries stand down. And I thought this was also kind of the assumption that he would mount all this military force. As Witkoff said, Trump was very surprised they hadn't capitulated yet, given that they saw all of this U.S. military might. But what happens now if it becomes evident that it's the United States that has to walk this whole thing back and find something of a dignified exit?
Well, you're talking about an ignominious retreat, which is the last thing in the world that Donald Trump wants. We need to talk about, how do we get there from here? I mean, the problem is that we've already displayed in the first 24 to 36 hours our tactical expertise, our tactical supremacy, if you will. We managed to kill a number of key personalities, not only the supreme leader. Tactics win battles, but ultimately strategy wins wars. We have no strategy. When everybody asks, well, what's the purpose? Well, it sounded like it was regime change. But I think we've discovered at this point that regime change hasn't worked. This is a large country, 93 million people, size of Western Europe. It seems to be holding together. There's no reason to believe that it won't stay together at this stage. And the strategy is what then? If you can't remove the government, what do? Do you continue to lob missiles and rockets at it in the hopes that somebody will say, please stop, we'll do whatever you want? Maybe that's the goal. I don't think that's a reasonable goal. I don't think anyone has thought through the criticality of ending the war. How do you end it? And the thing that's funny is that I listened to the Secretary of War say this morning, we didn't start this war, but we're going to end it. Well, I think we did start this war. The Israelis started it, and we jumped on board. All of the things that we continue to cite about the reasons for going to war are specious, but the most depressingly stupid reasons are ones that go back 47 years ago or 40 years ago. The numbers of people that have actually whose death you can trace back to Iran is in the low hundreds. It's not a large number, and the Iranians did not behave during the Iraq war any differently than we would have behaved if there were a similar war in Mexico. In other words, you do what you can to deter the force that's on the ground in the neighboring country from entering yours. The other thing is that we have, I think, 4,000 missiles left in our inventory, something in that regard. Maybe those are different kinds, cruise and ballistic, I don't know. Iran has about 450,000, so that's quite a gap. The other thing is you can kill a leader, but you can't bomb a civilization into submission, and we've never understood what we were dealing with in Iran. Everybody talks about Iran as some sort of radical Islamic state. Nothing could be further from the truth. Iran is ultimately Persia, and that civilization is much older. And Persian civilization, Persian thinking, Persian philosophy, Persian art and history, all of those things have been asserting their dominance over the last 25 to 30 years. And the people of Iran have largely walked away from this more ideologically rigid form of Islam. They didn't hate Khomeini, and they didn't dance in the streets when he was killed. On the contrary, people saw him as a very, I think, humble and decent human being. He sacrificed his life. He stayed where he knew he would be killed. Killing him has made him a martyr that even people that don't like Islam can honor. So I think we've galvanized the place against us. We've mobilized the people against us. I don't see anything good coming out of this. And this is the problem with us. We project our values, our thinking, our experience onto others. Well, our experience may hold up in connection with European experience, but it doesn't match the experience of people in the Middle East and Asia, or Africa for that matter, or even Latin America. So that's why I think, we're in a different world right now, and we don't even understand it. The world is changing, and the old world is ending, and we're fighting the emergence of the new world. I think we could say that. The future of the world is not being written by us anymore. And what is victory in this war? Well, I think truthfully, victory is stability. And we've done everything we possibly could to destroy stability. Stability in markets, stability in trade, stability in commerce, stability in interstate confidence. We've once again demonstrated conclusively that we're completely unreliable. I've been saying for months that the decision to attack Iraq is made. And it was. It was only a question of when, never if. Yet we continued with the fiction that there were negotiations underway. This has hurt us with Russia. It's hurt us with China. It's destroyed us in the Middle East. We are rapidly following Israel into this corner reserved for pariah states.
I'm actually, like I said, I think Colonel McGregor is a little bit on the pessimistic side, too much for my taste. I think two things work to our favor. I think we have residual goodwill because our culture is so pervasive worldwide. I also think that it is possible that, I'm going to say possible, not going to say probable, and I'm hopeful that the world understands that, the American pendulum swings both ways, and they're just willing to wait it out, they're willing to wait it out with the other 50% of America who just finds, Trump abhorrent. And let me emphasize, I don't hate anybody, but I do find Trump's leadership, in quotes, abhorrent. It is just not my cup of tea. And hopefully Europe and the world can just go, yeah, this can't go on forever. But that's my hope. That's my take on it.
For instance, the Indians depend on 2.6 million barrels of oil from the Persian Gulf to flow into their ports every day. When that closes, every Indian family is going to effectively be made to pay a war tax that they never voted for. A $10 rise in crude means $15 billion in terms of the burden on the Indian economy. They're not the only ones. But we don't think in those terms. We don't think of what the impact is on others. There's no sense of this sort of thing. And I think we're going to pay a terrible price, Glenn. And it's only just beginning.
When Trump came to power a year ago, he seemed to have some of the right ideas. Again, one of my concerns about the United States is it seems that the strategy of the past 30 years doesn't work anymore. That is, the United States exhausts itself and then incentivizes the other great powers to collectively balance it. So from my perspective, it made sense for the US to pull a bit back, then it can strengthen its position, and the Eurasian powers will, to a greater degree, balance each other. And it looked like Trump was heading in that direction. So pull back from Europe, from the Middle East, focus instead on the Western Hemisphere, and well, it all made sense. Doesn't mean the Venezuelan operation was, stroke of genius or anything, but at least he looked towards the homeland, if you will. What happened here? How? I mean, after a year, he's still in Ukraine. Again, that's one of the problems now. I think they gave away a lot of the air defenses and other weapons which could have been used, but also now cementing the U.S. position in the Middle East. Perhaps not cementing it, but he's spending a lot of resources. How do you explain what seemed to be a strategy? Doesn't seem to be followed.
Well, first of all, there is no strategy. This is the problem. This new document that was published was supposed to represent new national military strategy. There's no real evidence we followed any of it. Focusing on the Western Hemisphere does not and should not mean invading other people's countries in the Western Hemisphere. This is just ridiculous. And, again, it's sort of similar to what I said before. You're talking about radical Islam and Islamist terrorism, and you attack Iran. It doesn't fit. If you turned around and said, we're going to focus on the danger in Pakistan, the danger in Syria, that would be plausible, but not in Iran. At the same time, you say, we've got a huge drug problem. We have a problem with human and drug trafficking. The locus for that, the main locus for it, is Mexico. That is what is most dangerous to us. But we attack Venezuela when there was no real reason to do so. Venezuela was willing to do business with us. And then we kidnapped the president and his wife. We paid millions of dollars to pay off various people in the country to let us in. And then we talked about this brilliant military operation. Well, I'm sure it was brilliant. It's a police operation, a paramilitary police operation enabled by the U.S. military. It's not a strategy. It's not really an outcome. We don't control Venezuela. Venezuela controls Venezuela. And they can wait us out almost indefinitely. And that's exactly what's happening right now. In the meantime, we've changed nothing on the border with Mexico. Oh, it's better than it was. But we haven't stopped the drugs and the human trafficking from pouring into our country. It's still coming in. It's not coming in as in the same rate as it was, but it's still coming in. And billions of dollars in terms of hard cash are still flowing south into Mexico. So there's an awful lot that's just fiction. And I don't think there is any strategy. because any sober-minded American would have looked at the Middle East and say, this place does not need American military power. If we involve ourselves here, we'll blow it up. Now, that may suit Israel, at least temporarily, but I've never believed that that was good for Israel. I don't see any evidence that this thing called Greater Israel that they talk about openly, which involves the acquisition of territory all around Israel to make Israel into this great state with, 6-7 million people in it that are Jews, has any chance of success. And I think what it has done is it has offended, angered, alienated virtually everyone in the region. So that I think before this is over, the question we'll be trying to answer is, does Israel survive all of this? That's the real question. I'm not sure that it will. Iran will survive. It's been with us certainly for 2,700 years. It's like going to war with China. Will China survive? Of course it will survive. It's been around for 5,000 years. So will India. The question is, if you involve yourselves in these stupid wars, is whether or not we Americans can survive it. We're relative newcomers to the world. We're not a civilizational state per se. So all of these things are going to come up for discussion over the weeks ahead. And I think that for the moment, President Trump is just going to order everybody to continue to attack and bomb and target and strike. That's all he can do. He can threaten more sanctions, but I think that's lost its bite to a large extent. I think that's responsible for the hatred and hostility inside of Iran towards us. So I see nothing good coming of this for us. I think Persia, though, will reemerge from this as a much stronger and more influential entity.
And again, I am not a foreign policy guy. I have cocktail conversation level, I'm usually aware, but, not greatly so, of what's going on internationally. But I wonder if Colonel McGregor isn't thinking too deeply. I don't know if it's that deep, to be honest. So, I am interested. We've got several folks who live overseas. We have several folks who are more into foreign policy than I am. I'm interested in counter opinions, or if you agree. I don't know enough to be effective. I just get the impression that he might be overthinking this.
You say Israel may not survive. How would it go under, you think? Is it from the U.S. pulling out, or is it economic consequences from this war? People will simply flee, or do you see them being militarily defeated? Or what is the path?
All of the above. I mean, just go back and listen to Mr. Netanyahu explain his so-called 7 fronts. That's not sustainable. Supposedly, the Israelis have now mobilized another 100,000 reservists. It'll be interesting to see how many of them show up for duty. There is talk in Israel about invading Lebanon to go after Hezbollah, because you can't do everything from the air. At some point, Israel is going to end up exhausted and tapped out, much like Ukraine. Today, the question is not will Russia survive, it's whether or not Ukraine survives. What will it be? It certainly won't be what it was. So does that mean that Israel survives in some form? Maybe, but it won't be what it was or what it is today. These things depend on a number of things, but you've got to look at the trend lines. The trend lines right now are not favorable.
Well, what do you see now happening, though, over the days and weeks? What is a possible escalation? I don't see necessarily what the U.S. can do differently, except perhaps, attack. Well, continue what it's doing. But how do you see Iran possibly escalating? And given that, as you said before, the conflicts already very quickly become regionalized, do you see a possibility of it becoming global? Well, under what condition do you think the Chinese or the Russians would join? I mean, if they're watching what we're watching, they might conclude that the Iranians are taking care of things on their own?
Well, if the Israelis decide to use a tactical nuclear weapon or any nuclear weapon with the goal of stopping Iran's relentless missile attacks, I think that will change the situation dramatically. I'm not sure Israel will survive it. The Russians, the Chinese at that point would definitely intervene and make it clear to us that if this is not stopped and continues, that they will actively join the fight against Israel and us. And remember, I don't think the Israelis are going to do something like this immediately. I'm forecasting that at some point, the Israelis say, you know, if Iran will not stop, we will launch a nuclear weapon. That's kind of what I think might happen. Well, we don't have any control over Israel. Israel controls us. That's very clear. So if we can't control Israel and Israel does this, then Russia and China intervene. Well, they would intervene at a point in time where we've exhausted our inventories. So how do we put up a significant fight? You know, until this point in time, all during the proxy war in Ukraine, behind the scenes and even in public, people raise the issue of we can't go too far. We have to think in terms of our war reserves. But eventually, over time, that caution was thrown to the wind because there was no evidence that Russia was being defeated, that Russia was being destroyed, that the sanctions were doing their work. And so we decided we'll put more and more and more into the Ukraine war. Well, that's failed miserably, and they've exhausted their war reserves in Germany, in France, in Britain, and other countries. We have done the same thing with much of our munition. So if you've done that, and then all of a sudden the Russians and the Chinese say, that's it, stop, Israel's used a nuclear weapon, we will not tolerate that. And if they don't stop, we may use a nuclear weapon in response. That's always a possibility. What do? I think we have to tell the Israelis, you've got to stop. And if you won't stop, we're leaving. I think we'll get to that point. And that's not an end state that we've planned for. We've planned for the other end state, Iran and its evil leaders who are responsible for terrorism and threatening the whole world will have to submit. No, they don't. And they won't.
Yeah, it's difficult to predict how this will develop. I mean, if you look towards the Ukraine war, how cautious the rhetoric was in the beginning, how cautious the West was in terms of sending weapons, and where we are today when you have a German chancellor bragging about how they or we have caused untold casualties in Russia. I mean, this is, you didn't see this in the beginning of 2022. So given how fast this war with Iran is escalating, it's definitely possible. Just the last question. Do you see any possibilities or any pathways for Trump to put an end to this war, or is it simply impossible because the Iranians need to, I guess, evict the Americans from the region?
Netanyahu is in charge. So listen carefully to Netanyahu and you will know what Trump is going to do. Let's be frank. He's taking his orders from Netanyahu. He is not a free agent. He has people at home pushing him in particular directions. As a result, I don't see anything changing near term in Washington at all. Everyone will simply say, well, we'll continue to bomb. We'll continue to launch missile strikes, and eventually we'll be successful. We did that for 78 days over Kosovo, and ultimately it was not the air and missile war that persuaded the Serbs to get out of Kosovo. It was Russia's decision to pull the plug on the Serbs and say, no, we can't provide you with fuel and food and medicine over the winter. That happened because Strobe Talbot, the Deputy Secretary of State, went to Moscow and negotiated a deal, as President Trump likes to say. And the deal involved some numbers of promises we made to persuade the Russians to do that. The Russians now, in retrospect, regard that as a moment of deep shame in their history. And indeed, I think they're right. But I don't think they had much choice at that point. Well, they have a choice now. The Chinese have a choice. The rest of the world is no longer as weak as it once was. This is part of the groundswell of new changes in our civilization and world that the American government doesn't want to accept. We are in a fight at this point when it comes to missiles and rockets and conventional capabilities with almost a near peer, as they say. That's something we could never have imagined, and I think President Trump has expressed shock and surprise, just as Mr. Witkoff said, that the Iranians had not already capitulated. Because from their standpoint, based on their experience in the New York real estate business, this kind of damage is so terrible that you cry uncle and walk. You walk away, you submit, you sign the deal. Well, this is not real estate. This is not New York City. This is a civilizational state that absolutely will not surrender to the demands of the Jewish state in the Middle East that are then backed by American military power. So I don't think we're going to get very far with President Trump at this time. Maybe down the line, something will break. The one area that we haven't talked about that everybody needs to watch carefully is our bond market, especially the 10-year bond, and the yield will rise. Look at de-dollarization. Look at our financial weakness. Those things are important. I think we could end up in a very serious financial crisis, certainly worse than what we faced back in 2007 and 8. That is probably the other factor in this multivariate equation that could fundamentally drive us out. But whatever ultimately happens, we're seeing the end of the old Middle East. We're seeing the end of American military hegemony and political dominance. That's what we're watching.
Well, all right. I say enough of the doom and gloom. I actually do have one more video from the foreign policy from the Council of Foreign Affairs, but I'm going to save it till tomorrow. Maybe I'll use it as the opening video because well, it's a video, but it has no video. It's basically a podcast. But since it's not, no audio, and we pretty much got the doom part. It could go Trump's way, or it could go Colonel McGregor's way, or maybe somewhere in between. The Council of Foreign Relations, though, basically is saying America is a predatory hegemon, which is pretty much our post-World War II history, foreign policy history. But I'm going to save that till tomorrow. When we're all fresher and have gotten some sleep. Too bad Deacon Dave isn't here because his young lady, or his favorite, I guess she's like a dime store version of Candace Owens, Carmen JC, who she's got 167,000 subscribers, so she's not chopped liver. But this is part 2. I showed part 1 last night. Ilhan Omar part 2. From community programs to Congress. And I figure maybe Deacon Dave will join us and get his jollies watching his the only black woman that Deacon Dave has ever been attracted to, apparently, is Carmen JC. So hopefully Deacon Dave can come and partake of her luscious, glistening lips. What's up, Uncle Fatty?
Total hottie.
I mean, she's not ugly, but maybe she just, I don't know. You get your tastes change as you get older. I think I need someone with a little bit more gravitas.
Shit, I'm
Those
getting old
little.
enough. All it takes is a pretty smile, right?
Well, no, not at my age. I'll be
Oh,
61 this month. It
damn, that's
takes a couple cranks on the old flywheel to get the motor purring.
Yeah, when you get that fucker going, it's like a goddamn diesel engine.
to get the old Model T purring.
Shit.
That's right. I'm like, you remember Archie Comics, right? Didn't he have a jalopy or Jughead or somebody had a jalopy?
Yep.
That's where I learned the word, believe it or not. I had no idea what a jalopy was until I started reading Archie Comics.
Probably 2 decades since I've heard that word. I mean, at least since the 90s, for sure.
Oh, I was reading the Archie Comics in the late 70s. So anyway, what's going on with you? Any comments?
Those guys were pretty insightful. I think they had some good points, but I still think they're missing the whole deal because of one thing. They're too fucking rich to be affected by what's going on here right now. You got a guy who's got a horse statue behind him. Okay, if you're in a house, that is grand enough to have a horse statue, you're probably not being affected too much by this shit right now, right? The other guy's got $5,000 worth of books behind him.
Well, yeah, one's a professor, and McGregor's retired. Army, I think, and you can tell he's been to Command and General Staff School. He's calling them Persians and stuff.
Yeah, which is true, and it comes down to it that just Gaza, for instance, has been under siege. That piece of land itself is a pinch point for trade. It's been under siege for 3,500 years out of the past 4,000.
Mm-hmm.
What do we think?
Back before the modern era, at some point it was Ottoman Empire.
Yep.
So, what was I going to say? I think Trump is overly optimistic. McGregor might be a little too glass half empty.
Yeah,
but I
still think he's not there yet. He's not really seen the whole picture of the BRICS. This is all about the BRICS.
Oh, well, you know what? Either he brought it up or the Council on Foreign Relations guy. Yeah, BRICS they're kind of important to China because they were like deep into BRICS.
I mean, China's got more investment going around the world with trains, with railways, with soft power. Now that we took our soft power away, with helping, like the less fortunate, giving like AIDS medicine to people that are dying. I mean, 400,000 freaking kids in North Africa have died in the past year, bro.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I knew the numbers were pretty astronomical.
I mean, it's insane. And we're in this little kind of vacuum of flood the zone information where these guys are neglecting to recognize that Trump would be in prison right now if he didn't get elected.
Well, I do have to say some of this is talked about in this foreign affairs interview. But I just, it's just a little, I don't know, it's a little heavy, and after Colonel McGregor, I want to save it for tomorrow's opening. I think this particular video where they're actual foreign policy professionals was a little bit more erudite, I guess would be the word I'd use. So I figured we'd end it.
I found one in the show, bro, that really stuck. That was from a guy that I absolutely despise. I don't like to say that I hate folks, just like you, but he's one of those guys that's right there, And he made some really, really valid points, bro. Fucking Nick Fuentes.
Oh, McGregor?
Nick fucking Fuentes, bro.
Oh, I didn't see that,
dude. I mean,
on his show?
Yeah, and there's a remix of it Let's see, where's that at?
Yeah, drop that link. We can watch that.
Yeah, here.
Fuentes? Wow.
Dude, it's actually right on the money, and it all comes down to BRICS. It goes into the Rothschilds and the Murdochs and the follow the money, right? It's the follow the money deal, and it's
wow,
it's based, dude. It's really freaking based. Here, it's here. Where's Nick at? It's up here somewhere. This one.
Peter Thiel, the FBI informant and CIA contractor, Elon Musk, the defense contractor and PayPal mafia member with Peter Thiel, close confidant of David Sachs, and JD Vance, who brokered the David Sachs fundraiser with Silicon Valley and Trump, mentored by Peter Thiel, mentored by David Frum, who worked for Bill Kristol with Tucker Carlson. Thiel, Musk, and Tucker lobbied Trump to pick Vance, and they said, if you don't, the CIA will kill you. Who's the CIA? Who does the CIA, NSA, FBI, DHS, who do they all contract with? Palantir, founded by Peter Thiel and Alex Karp and Joe Lonsdale, Israel First Jews that after October 7th flew their board to Israel and provided them with facial recognition technology to murder Palestinians. JD Vance, who upon becoming the VP nominee in his first interview said, we're going to bomb Iran, who went to the Quincy Institute and said, we need a pro-Israel spin on America first. Tucker, who interviewed Vance 46 times on his show, Vance hired his son. Vance's Rockbridge network was the spawning point of 1789 Capital, founded by Rebecca Mercer and Claremontster Chris Busker, which gave Tucker $15 million. Rebecca Mercer funded Steve Bannon at Breitbart that spawned Milo Yiannopoulos' career. And Rebecca Mercer hand-selected George Farmer, Candace Owens' husband, to run Parler in 2021. This is why they want me dead. Who's the Fed? Who's the Fed here? Because I brought all the receipts. Peter Thiel.
It's pretty based, bro.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, follow the money, right? I mean, unfortunately,
Dirty Dude wants you to drop the link in the chat.
It's I screenshot this one. This was off of this was on Instagram this morning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just screenshotted it because I was in my truck when I was watching it. But
what is he? Well, just
it's either on his.
Look this up on Instagram. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's, I can't read the guy's name on it, but you know what? Here, I'll just do this. I'll drop a link to this album that I put it in.
Okay.
And you guys can copy it that way. And then this one is definitely money, dude.
America, we're going nuclear today. We're going to go back in time to the year 2015 to examine the Iranian nuclear stockpile. This is a pyramid of 100 cups, and each one of these cups represents 100 kilograms of uranium. This is a display of the 10,000 kilograms of uranium, 3.5% that Iran had in 2015. That is the uranium that is used in nuclear reactors by all countries around the world. But at the same time, they had significantly enriched it. And the green cups, 20% enriched uranium, they had 370 kilograms of that. And they said it was for research and for medicine. And then something extraordinary happened that hadn't happened in over 60 years, where the mullahs of Iran finally decided to engage with the West, and a deal was struck. And the deal was simple. You denuclearize, we will remove sanctions. Now, you got to fast forward to 2018 under Donald Trump, and after tens of thousands of easily verifiable inspections by the International Nuclear Committee, by tens of thousands of inspections from our allies, as many as 10 SNAP inspections per day, and over 3,000 inspections in 2018 alone, Iran was down to 300 kilograms of the 3.5% uranium, and they eliminated their 20%. And then what happened? We all know what happened. Against the advice of his national security advisor, who told him about all the nuclear reports, against the advice of all our allies who told them about all of the inspections, he canceled the deal. And his reasoning was, it's a bad deal. And that's what his followers said. It wasn't a bad deal. In fact, this was the biggest military blunder in the history of the United States, because
Was that the end of it?
No, I was saying that's the whole point right there. This is the biggest military blunder ever. Okay, they went from that huge stack behind him, right, to that little stack above his head, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were from 2015 to 2018, right? Tens of thousands of inspections. Why did Donald Trump pull us out of that nuclear accord? Because it was an Obama policy. Because Obama put it into policy. That's the only reason why. Right, and the only reason he had was because it's just a bad deal. It's just a bad deal. That's all he could ever say about it.
Yeah, he didn't make it.
Almost like Bibi was like, hey, if they're getting rid of all their stuff, we don't have anybody to scapegoat anymore.
it has consequences, because not only did he cancel it, he sanctioned them. Now they have 215 kilograms of 3.5% uranium. They have 278 kilograms of the 20% uranium. And unbelievably, they now have 409 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium on their way to the 90%, which is nuclear warheads. And I know that you Fox viewers, you don't really know anything that's going on in the world. So please take a look and see that the world was in fact safer before Donald Trump. America, we're going to beat him at the ballot box. But we need to work together to severely diminish this propaganda network by pushing out content. Like it, share it. I have it on all forms of media, and I don't want a penny for it. I just want the truth, because this whole thing is a lie. They think he can throw magical thunderbolts and change people, and he can't. And it really has put us all in a gigantic mess that I don't know how we're going to get out of. At the end of the day, cups and cans talk and bullshit walks. America, if you're with me, drop me a comment. I'm with you, Sully. I'm always rooting for you.
Yeah, it's pretty based right there, man. I mean,
yeah,
that's a whole big ass pile that they didn't have in a year and a half worth of time. And the week that he got into office, he pulled us out of that accord.
Mm-hmm.
And it's taken him that long to get that little stack right up there, right, including the 60%.
Right.
Where did they get all their technology from? I mean, Israel got all their technology from Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, right? Ghislaine Maxwell's dad was the biggest Israeli spy ever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that chain of money goes right back into fucking Palantir.
Dirty wants that channel too.
That's Salty Dog 2. He's on every platform. He's a good guy. Salty DAWG.
One word or two?
Two. It's Salty _dog DAWG and then number 2 behind it.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of kind of mathematical breakdowns and visual type of stuff like that with the cups. He does a lot of the stuff with the cups.
Wow.
Where's that lady at?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I find really interesting is that Donald Trump trying to magatize all the mainstream media, cable and broadcast. It's probably going to come down to the Salty Dog 2s.
Yeah, don't eat the salty dogs, bro. Megabyte, what's up? That's a good one. This is a little quick one. This German gal, chancellor.
Keep your doors closed. They are coming.
Oh,
These
I
are
love that
warnings
accent.
that people shout to their neighbors when ICE is turning up in their street. Masked men raiding houses, imprisoning children, spreading an atmosphere of fear and arbitrariness. Colleagues, no one can tell me that this is simply regular law enforcement. It has to stop, and it has to be condemned by European lawmakers. I grew up with a strong belief in US democracy. After all, the reason why I could grow up in democracy and freedom was because of the brave fight also of US soldiers against German fascism here in Europe. And that is why it breaks my heart even more when I see what is happening in the US right now. The country which contributed so much to our understanding of modern democracy, of what rule of law is, of what checks and balances are, of how we put limits to executive power. This is why I want to say to all our friends in the US who still believe in these American values, keep up the fight. Keep resisting to this authoritarian power grab that is ongoing right now. Europe is at your side. We will stand up for your rights, for our rights, for human rights, for Alex Pretty, for Renee Good, for so many others who have been killed, for democracy and rule of law, for all of us. Keep resisting. Stay inside.
Pretty good message.
Wow.
You know, the little perspective goes a long ways trying to figure out how the world is actually viewing us right now, you know?
Mm-hmm. I'm sure somebody at the Pentagon or somewhere is watching some of this.
Oh yeah.
Politicians start.
The picture of Stephen Miller is hilarious.
If you could send one message to Americans 50 years in the future, what would it be? Don't send your sons to finish what politicians start.
Oh, wow.
Right.
So buckle up, kids. This is going to be a bumpy ride. So 6 Russian officials were on Russian state TV, which is all Russians can do, citizens can do, is watch what's presented to them on Russian TV. And they were talking about the United States and what's going on right now. It was just recorded. And I wrote down the translations so that you don't have to. So they refer to the United States as the invisible hand of the trade market. They are enjoying Trump breaking everything, one of the men said. Then they mimicked Trump by saying, I will be in charge of the total destruction of America. And the men all laugh. And then again, mocking Trump, they say, my man, Howard Lutnick, a man who has crazy eyes for most of the day, he is the one who calculated these crazy formulas. And rightfully, the American media has debunked these formulas thousands of times. The men start laughing. A lot is going on over there. Why such buffoonery? This is Swan Lake. Trump is playing the Black Swan. The men giggle. Trump, pum, 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 to a drum beat. The man laugh again. A book will be written about the Black Swan, and it will win the Nobel Peace Prize. The men bend over in laughter. America is like a sick patient right now, like a patient in a critical state of pneumonia. Will the patient be healed? Trump is giving the sick patient laxatives. The men laugh. And the diarrhea will liven things up for a while. But will it fix the patient? Nope. The patient is brought closer to death. And the men chuckle again. But there is something much more important going on that I'm very interested in. And this is crucial. It looks like the end of the global system is coming. The system that is 50 years old. J.D. Vance said it was 40 years old. Trump and Vance didn't bother to coordinate their statements. The men laugh. 40 or 50 years, it doesn't matter. Both of them said that this world has got to come to an end. It's the only thing we can agree with Trump on out of everything he said. This is when we can continue to rip off the United States. Trump saying this was beautiful. It fits right into this buffoonery. The men shake their heads in agreement. With respect to tariffs, it's hard to tell which way it'll go. There's only one thing we can say for sure, and this man says it gleefully. The price of goods will certainly go up in the United States. Trump was so concerned about the value of the dollar, but there is no need for the dollar anymore. This is America's last hope.
Yep.
So Trump is looking to marginalize and isolate, stealing Greenland, Canada, and the canal. Dear comrades, you have to live long enough to see this. What restoration of factories? He says with a firm voice. This takes decades to build manufacturing. In conditions of a lessening stream of immigrants on top of that, who will work in these factories? The men all mumble in agreement. Americans would rather die than work in these factories. The only way out of it is robots. They will build robots and the problem will be solved, right? And it'll be solved in months, Trump will say. And the men laugh. They called Elon Musk and the robots are on their way. They mimic Trump saying, and they laugh again. They actually laugh hysterically. Looking at this buffoonery, there's only one thing to say. The old political system is practically dead, thanks to Trump. I am in agreement. This is total buffoonery, says another Russian official. What we are observing is an event of historic proportions. If you look at the economy, it was developed over centuries, from which humanity has developed. The first and most important was the system of trust. With what Trump did yesterday, he destroyed that trust. It seemed like some things were unshakable. In reality, a movement, a monument should be erected after him. This was a major blow against the system of capitalism. He is replacing it with thinking he can make everyone his servant. Like this system of economic trust is something to be conquered, like training a horse and giving it your name. And the men laugh. One named after this old man. But we are building rocket ships, the men say mockingly as they laugh. Well done, old man. To think this is the conversation, Russia, in which Trump didn't give any tariffs to. This is a conversation going on by another country while we have MAGA supporters here on TikTok and social media telling everyone the Democrats are stupid. They have no idea what's going on. They have no clue.
Not a clue. Straight up, dude.
Wow.
We're the laughing stock of the world, bro. Especially to the ones that like all this is going to benefit. You know, as if we didn't know that he, like, Trump isn't like a Russian agent. I mean,
yeah, well,
I mean, it's 50-50, sure, but still, I mean, it's kind of like this whole thing's been planned, you know. They're destabilizing the dollar. It's all tied to oil. If the dollar wasn't tied into oil, the dollar would already be done. It's losing value by the minute. And, you know, this motherfucker would be in jail. He would be in fucking prison right now, right? He will 100% burn down the whole entire house around him rather than get impeached and go to fucking prison.
Right.
Everyone in his cabinet is a sycophant.
Or a billionaire, or both.
Or all the above, right? Nutlick is the one who put in all this tariff stuff. He figured out all the percentages and who to imply them upon, right? And in the background, he's betting against all of the tariffs, creating businesses that will pay corporations and pay businesses their tariff money back when the Supreme Court finds that they're illegal. He bet with the Supreme Court that this stuff would be overturned, that it would be found illegal. Now he gets to swoop in with his company and pay out 1/3 of the price. Because it's going to take years and years and years for this shit to iron out in the wash, right? So he'll come in and he'll buy out your $10 million, your $10 billion, whatever you're owed from the government. He'll give you 2 or 3 million for the 10, and then wait however many years it takes to get that money back. And he'll end up profiting like $50 billion. Everything that these guys are doing, there's a fix. It's all everything, all of it. It's all rigged, and it's all projection. Every single thing they've blamed the Democrats for doing is 100% what they're doing. Everything. It's all turning out. It's all right there. What's the one consistency that we've seen since JFK? Republicans get in office, they drop taxes for the rich, they drop a bunch of social benefits for people, and they attack a Middle East country. It's like clockwork. It's clockwork. It's a game, and it's being played, and I mean we're ICE just got their funding, bro. You know, I mentioned this the other day. They're getting their Kevlar, they're getting their uniforms, they're getting their guns, and they're sure as hell getting their ammo.
Let's see. I heard a proposal that they all will get barcodes.
Yeah.
For identification.
Yeah. Why did the Department of Homeland Security and Immigration order tattoo guns and tattoo ink?
I have no idea. First I heard
in
of
the
that.
official budget, bro. In the official budget.
What are they? Are they going to tattoo the people in the concentration camps?
I mean, it makes it a hell of a lot easier, doesn't it? You want it on your neck or your shoulder?
Please tell me, please. Dude, if I hear that, I'm
it's
just
in the budget, bro.
I'm gonna be like, no.
It's been purchased.
They're buying up warehouses in tattoo guns.
Yes, man. The most recent warehouse that they bought was from a freaking Russian oligarch that swooped in like 8 months ago and bought this huge freaking warehouse outside of freaking San Antonio. ICE just bought it for $150 million. This guy paid like fucking $20 million for the thing and didn't touch it.
Okay, well, I'm going to get real nervous when I see a budget line item for easy bake ovens.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's almost like they put this shit into GPT and Grok and had it spit out the game plan.
You know what? I don't believe this. I don't believe this money is really for easy bake ovens.
I mean, $170 billion, bro. $170 billion, not including any funding from the big, beautiful bill. This is all separate. Like, shutting down the government right now is seriously probably the only move that America has right now to actually defund ICE and make sure this shit doesn't happen. That's going to happen. They're literally getting their uniforms this week. They're being armed. They're all of them. Each one of them is getting a weapon and 3 rounds and 3 mags full of fucking ammo. Live ammo, right? $30 million worth of ammo. It's just fucking scary, man. I don't know. Hope it doesn't get off get off like I think it's gonna. But
Well,
you like that one, do you? Little butthead?
That's actually pretty funny.
Yeah.
gives a new little bit of twist to Coneheads. Coneheads. This is not your daddy's Coneheads.
No, see, that's a skinhead right there. Is what that is.
Foreskin head.
Yeah. Old JD,
let's see.
The goth.
Well, I think there's been endless wars in the Middle East since the Crusades.
Yeah.
So
basically.
Or before. I mean, go all the way back to like the Persian Empire. They've been fighting forever.
Yep. Over what? Over
religion,
a different
mostly.
God. Yep, over a different God.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like I said, may the great and almighty spaghetti monster reach out and touch us with his noodly appendage. Like for the lasagna flag. It took me a while to get that lasagna to lay down just right on that flag, you know what I mean?
Wait, that's actually something you made?
Mm-hmm.
Graphically? Wow.
Yeah.
I like the meatballs for stars.
Yeah, getting the meatballs aligned was a bitch, dude. That was a pain in the ass.
50 meatballs.
Pain in the ass.
You better hope Canada doesn't become the 51st. You'll have to put a maple leaf somewhere.
Yeah, I'll do it out of waffles. Yeah, waffles and what's the do a crepe? Could do a crepe or something maybe.
All right. Well, I'm gonna do one last video here because it is dinner time.
Oh yeah.
My oops. We'll watch this hit job on
oh yeah,
on Ilhan Omar. Overnight, my second favorite Somali, Vanta Black.
Oh yeah,
I heard him. I heard him on overnight on RLM's RLM. You know who RLM is?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, well, she has her own channel now. She's like, she hasn't even had it a week, and she's almost at 1,000 subscribers.
Nice.
I'm like, holy no, it's not nice, dude. I've been doing this for like 13 months.
I mean, if you're a little cuter and you cammed up once in a while, you know what I'm saying? Give a guy a little, you know.
Well, that and a low cut blouse.
Yeah, that helps. You know, there's a dang old titties, man. Mm-hmm.
Well, she was nice to me. She let me cut up Saturday. Yeah. I think it was Friday night and Saturday night. I just kind of ran hog wild over a couple of her panelists.
Oh yeah,
I do.
It
was like I couldn't believe that she just let me run rampant like that. I hadn't had that much fun in a long time.
Yeah, I've had a couple freak out sessions over at Bob's.
Well, no, it wasn't a freak out session. It was just me roasting the shit out of people.
Right.
It's like, dude, y'all are so roastable.
Oh yeah, yesterday's one was that Iran is a communist theocracy.
Is that possible?
That was Orthodox guy. Dropped that on Grid's chat.
I don't.
No, it's not possible. It's not possible at all. It's not even close to fucking possible.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Orthodox in that crowd, they've got some real hybrid views.
Hybrid. That's a good word for bullshit.
It's like, well, wait, hold it. Maybe fusion. You know, like
like fusion's better.
Asian Caribbean fusion food. It's a fusion of several different things.
I mean, but anyhow.
Well, Orthodox is one of the people I roasted on RLM's channel. Oh, it
Yeah,
was
these
so much fun.
terms and definitions seem to have kind of lost their meaning in this whole flood the zone situation where, you know, a truth is a golden nugget in a pool full of fucking diarrhea.
Oh man, are you
But you just got to
kidding
watch out
me?
for the corn and the peanuts, right?
Dude, and you know what really just blows my mind when people express their their feelings too, but they express their opinions, which are half baked a lot of the time, and then you contradict their opinion, and their response is, "I just proved to you, you just proved to me what your opinion is. This has nothing to do with proving a fact."
No.
And you know, how do you know, one of those 5 rules, 5 laws of stupidity is it is hard to argue with someone who is stupid.
Yeah.
It's just impossible. In that case, you just kind of give up.
Yeah. You know, it's kind of sad though, because, you know, it's the fucking Eagle Scout in me that wants to like at least hop in and say something and like try to change an opinion, or at least just plant a seed. But
I was hoping you'd say it's the Eagle Scout in you that wants that makes me want to tie them up in knots.
That too. Next to a tree with a wolf pack hanging around.
You know, I wanna hang them up like a what do they call the water bags? They call them camels. You know, those bags. I can't remember. They used to hang like, you know, there's this purification process that I think the army used to use where it is like a water bag, and they call them camels, I think.
Yeah, like a camel bag or something.
Yeah, and you know, I just want to hang them up like camel bags and just, you know, purify them.
Or something. Dip them in the creek for about 20, 35 minutes.
Yeah, you know, Con, I am going to remember that field day. I'm going to remember it for quite some time. I might, you know, my birthday's next week. I might just replay that for my birthday and just like re-roast the roast.
Hell yeah.
It was just, dude, I almost felt sorry for them. It's like, y'all don't know what hit you, do you?
It's real important to be out there doing that, Stan. It is, man. It's fucking this echo chamber shit that we got going on, the gratification of each other's opinions.
Oh my Lord.
It's ridiculous, man. I mean, not what a little tiny bit of research, just like 2 or 3 words into the Google search machine. No, dude, no. Okay, that's too much trouble. Everybody's a know-it-all. Everybody knows it, and everybody else is wrong. That's just all there is to it. It's Roy Cohn to the max. It's Donald Trump to the max. Never admit you're wrong. Always be on the offensive. Always be on the offensive. Never admit you're wrong.
Well, yeah. And you know what? You are so much more effective when you can just shut up and learn. People actually do respect you more, at least people who are principled. But let me tell you something. It just shocks the hell out of me how bold people are in repeating like second and third hand information. I dared go up on Sharon's channel again, and really I just planned on addressing one point and dropping down, but you know, I was prepping for this show, so you know, I just kind of hung out and, you know, on the panel. And man, I tell you what, it's like, damn, it's like these people, and these people can barely construct a cogent argument. And for some reason or another, they think word count lends credence to these arguments. So, you know, the way I was trained, dude, if you have 5 points, let's go point by point. And these people will insist, I need to get it all out. I need to say all 5 points. Like,
let me land my plane.
Oh my God. That shit, dude, make it concise.
One point at a time.
I don't know. You know, I remember when I was a junior in high school in particular, we had an English teacher. Sometimes she would be bedazzled by word count. Or I suspect, you know, if she asked for 300 and you gave her 1,000, she was just going to stop at 300 and give up on the rest and just give you an A. Oh yeah, taking those book reports and just adding like I try not to make it bullshit,
Right.
but there's a lot of fluff there.
Yeah.
And you know what? The next year I had AP English, and ooh boy, that teacher just fucking
gotta condense that.
scored my first paper. She's like, "What is all this bullshit?" I'm like, "Well, it's a paper." And she's like, no. You know, that thing was dripping red ink when she was done with it.
Just, adjectives.
Oh my Lord, you know what? I felt so wounded.
Yeah.
It was like that with all that red was my blood.
And that's a real good example too of how all these new LLM and this new AI stuff works, that some of the models you want to be as descriptive as you can. They'll take they'll take 2,000 characters, and some of the other ones will only take like one sentence. And if you put 2,000 characters, if you put 4 or 5 sentences into those small models like that, you'll end up with all kinds of weird shit, right? Because that's the difference between AP and kind of regular Gish Gallop, where the more fluff, you know, it's a Trump speech, bro. The more adjectives and the more times you can say strong and powerful.
I was asked, have I ever been to a strip club?
Today or this week or
no? I don't know why Megabyte's asking that. The last time I was at a strip club, literally, I was 23 or 24, and we were in Cocoa Beach, Florida, and there is nothing to do in Cocoa Beach. We were at Port Canaveral. You know, Canaveral has a little place you can dock a ship. So during the day, it's like 100 degrees, and it's too hot to be out even on the beach.
Yeah, 85% humidity.
We would hang out in the strip clubs. You know, during the day. You know, it's not much going on at like 12 o'clock, noon, or 1 o'clock. Yeah. But dude, we hung out at this one place, and you know what? We got tight with the strippers.
Yeah.
And shoot, they had a damn softball league. We used to go to their games.
For sure.
We go to their. They look.
They do roller derby now. They're bringing back the roller derby.
Oh, really? Is that right?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yep. Pretty badass.
I tell you what. Florida.
Oh, you can eat fish tacos from noon to 2.
Dude, some of those strippers were like, I'm like, why are you doing this? You know, you could marry some doctor or lawyer. You look so good. But
or make enough money to become a doctor or lawyer.
Yeah.
A lot of them are smart as hell. You know.
The first time I went to a strip club, I was 22. And the chief, I was new to my first ship, and the chief and my boss figured they would take the new ensign out.
Nice.
It was the Silver Dollar in Charleston, South Carolina. And boy, we got thrown out of there. Want to know why? And I was stone damn cold sober. They had tipped one of the strippers to, you know, do the little salacious thing, and then she ends up laying her head in my lap. You know what I told her? You know, you're pretty boring. I'm like, dude, don't be doing all that if you're not going to give it up. That's what I was thinking. Oh, she got offended. Oh my Lord. She literally called the bouncer over and threw us out. All because I said she was boring.
Yep. They definitely don't like to be told that. And they don't like
don't be rubbing up against me.
Nope.
Yeah, it was that stupid Catholic altar boy bullshit. I'm like, you know what? I don't know where this hair has been. Oh, dude. If only I had been drunk. I was stone cold sober. So we hadn't been there long enough to have like more than 1 or 2 beers.
Oh shit.
My chief was so embarrassed.
Yeah, fucking new guy. FNG over here.
Yeah, that was my introduction to my boss and my E7.
Nice. Can't take this guy anywhere.
Yeah, that was pretty much what they said. We'll never do that again.
Yep.
You're on your own there, son.
Shit, I worked at a couple of different bars around here for off and on through the years and shit, and there's no better, finer people in the world than, well, I can't say that, but pretty damn close anyways. Oh,
well, shit. I think what it was is I didn't know what to say, and I had this sort of, it's almost like a defensive reflex. I just do one-liners. It's a defense mechanism, and I wonder if I'd say the same thing today. I might. I'd probably be a little bit more decorous about it.
Yeah, probably not.
I'd be like, "Can I have your number?"
Yeah, she'll give you the number off the wall. 867-5309.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Yeah.
My Sharona. All right. Well, I don't know. Are we up for bashing this lovely woman?
I'd check out a little bit of it. Yeah. I got to skip out here. I got about 5 minutes. I got to run over to another stream here for a blue dot in
How's
Texas.
business, by the way?
Yep.
How's business?
I'm fucking retired, bro.
Oh, really? Oh, congratulations.
I decided to fucking
we need to hang out more.
I mean, not exactly, but as far as it goes, the job we were going to start here in May,
Mm-hmm.
we had an $80,000 change order on the fucking steel package.
Oh, was that a
So
good
we're
thing?
going to hold off a few years. It's a big ass house, big ass. It's pretty much a mini mall, but it's all red iron, post and beam, big glass walls that open up to the exterior and all zero clearance and shit. And yeah, just the change order on the steel alone, and the lumber was coming in at probably closer to 25 to 30 grand in extra, tariff money. So
yeah, you're right.
straight up, we don't make our own I-beams. We don't make our own steel.
Wow. Okay. Where?
It all comes from China.
From where? Japan or somewhere?
It's all from China.
Ooh.
And or Taiwan or Eurasia of some sort. But yeah, man, we pretty much, we pulled the plug on it. I think there's shit over 30 homes or something that were going to be built that people are just holding off on.
Damn.
And that's kind of the deal, is you build your big ass garage with the bonus room above it. So you got a 2 or 3 bedroom mother-in-law quarters, right? On a 14, like an $8 to $14 million garage. Yeah. So yeah, I'm doing some different shit. Got a bunch of shit, pans in the oven and fires cooking, and yeah, we got to fight the system. Got to fucking.
Yeah. Well, maybe something will break your way now that the Supreme Court has ruled. See what Trump comes up with.
Yeah, I know what he's going to come up with.
Burn
the house down.
Yeah, I suspect that this might not be something that the brainiacs in Trump's cabinet can actually overcome. Do you know that Scott Bessent used to work for Soros?
Yeah, man.
I had no clue. What happened?
Bankrupted a freaking $15 million corporation, a hedge fund, nonetheless. in less than a year. The guy's an idiot.
Intentionally?
Yes, dude, the guy's an idiot. A hedge fund. How do you bankrupt a? It's like, how do you
I don't
bankrupt a
know.
casino, right?
Other than
Guy's an
stealing
idiot.
the money
Guy's
or
an
giving it
absolute
away.
idiot. And Peter Thiel, Scott Bessitz, gay Republican men with adopted
Really?
children.
I didn't
Yeah,
know Besant was.
Scott's gay. Yeah, he's gay as fuck, dude. And
I didn't know.
Dude, they've got adopted children, right? Private schooled, of course, right? Because they wouldn't want their child to
Any of them black or African or anything like that?
No. No, it's just so amazing. And the other asshole, the other not like the it's one of the other secretary guys, not the commerce fiscal
Lutnick?
whatever. There's and it's just it's like watching freaking Bruce Jenner, Caitlyn Jenner, right, using the women's room at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
And nobody says a damn thing because this is all a fucking trope. This is all an act. It's all fake outrage. It's all rage baiting and trauma bonding. But when you're so caught up into the flood the zone shit, you can't see the tactics that are being used against you. It's like the addict, right? The addict never sees the addiction. But as soon as they're hooked on something, it's denial. It's instant denial and fight or flight. It's always fight, right? And then you're into the rationalizations, the justifications, right? The victimhood. It's always victimhood, right? And then you're attacking me. And then it's into the delusions of grandeur, right? And then back into rationalizations and justifications, lying, cheating, stealing, scapegoating, blaming. Cults and addictions.
What do you think of this Cornyn? Speaking of rage baiting, and that reminds me of primarying, and of course, what's his name? Their attorney general. I can't think of his name right now. The scandal a minute guy. But Trump basically, throwing Cornyn under the bus. So what's his name? Paxton. Primaried him. So
and like that guy was saying on that thing earlier, that I don't know, I think Texas is going to go blue, and they're gonna waste all that time that they spent gerrymandering all those lines and doing all that work that they did to try to make sure that Jasmine Crockett lost her seat. That's the only reason they did it. They could give a fuck about the extra seat. They did that to get a black woman out of her seat, is what they did it for.
Yeah,
they're a bunch of fucking racists, a bunch of bigoted, prejudiced pieces of shit.
There is a scenario where Paxton runs, defeats Cornyn, and that would put that Senate seat in play. Yep,
interesting. It's definitely.
Now I wonder would Cornyn run as an independent though?
I still got faith in the voting system. I probably shouldn't, but I've been working the polls up here for quite a few, I don't know, 4 or 5 years now, and it's definitely.
Well, I honestly think,
and whether they rig the count or whatever, there's still something there that tells me that it's still worth doing.
Well, I honestly think that might be the line that the southern red states are not willing to let Trump cross. I mean, if Trump starts interfering with, elections, ooh boy, I don't know. That might be that line.
It's right there.
You don't mess with our election law.
More than anything, I think it's come down to their God, though, because they're finally getting to the taste in their mouth that they've been lied to, and coming to the acceptance factor of being, okay, I was lied to. Now what?
Well, there's a video here that I am asking permission to show. I'm going to email tomorrow morning probably to seek permission to show this. It's called Black MAGA Supporters Face Intense Backlash from Liberal African Americans. We're still called African Americans somewhere, apparently. But
Yep.
I'm like, dude, I want to show this. I haven't watched it. It just popped up into my algorithm. But oh boy, howdy. I've been going hard on Black MAGA. I've been calling them MAGA blacks, and haven't really ruffled enough feathers. So I'm gonna have to try harder.
Like I said, man, it's addictions and cults are the exact same brain chemicals. It's the same patterns of action, especially when we're triggered. And I mean, we're literally have folks that will defend something before they even know what happened.
Right. Oh yeah,
Doesn't matter what was said, what happened with the scenario. Oh no, it's just obfuscate, rationalize, justify. It's a fucking cult, dude. It's a fucking cult.
Someone earlier asked me what I was gonna have for dinner, and I forget who it was. Maybe it was King Pix. I'm having leftover lamb stew. Well, it's not really lamb stew. Years ago, when I lived up in Northern Virginia, there was this Pakistani restaurant that I just, I have a thing for Middle Eastern, Indian, Mediterranean, that sort of stuff. And it was such I'd never seen a Pakistani restaurant before. Excuse me. So I went in, looked at the menu, and they had curried goat. So I'm like, give me a big heaping helping of that. And it was delicious. I ate that like 5 days straight.
Nice.
And I went to that place like, shoot, at one point in time, we were on a first name basis.
Oh, yeah.
So I tried to emulate it with lamb, and I think I got pretty close.
Nice.
I
like a good curry. Little peanut sauce. Yeah, man.
And it's just me.
Yep.
So when I get tired of it, I'll put it in a Ziploc or a plastic Tupperware type thing and put it in the freezer. But
that's definitely one of the things.
I have Moroccan couscous, which I know isn't technically Pakistani, but I'm sure they must have some version of it.
Couscous is pretty.
I'll put it over couscous, and nice. It is delicious. I'm going to do rice tonight, though.
Yeah. Brown or white?
No, it's gonna be jasmine.
Nice.
Well, look,
getting all racist on your wet rice over here.
Brown rice is actually kind of hard to cook.
Yeah,
it definitely takes longer. Now it's got a nuttier taste.
Yeah,
but this is roller skater Texas girl. Sent me a 10-pound bag of this jasmine rice that's just fucking ridiculous. I'd never had a big bag of rice like that, but
man,
I don't eat a lot of rice just by myself. But when I run out of it, I'm gonna start buying it in 10-pound bags. It's actually really good.
I think I still got 4 or 5 bags in the Y2K stash, 50-pounders.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Black rice has squid. Is that squid ink? What makes? Oh, it's mushrooms. It's some sort of mushroom broth. I've never had black rice, Sin.
Yeah, good black rice is hard to find.
I've literally never had it. Never had the squid ink and all that stuff. Nothing that exotic though. The last time I was in the Med was like the early to mid 90s, and I didn't know to ask for it. So what makes the rice black? I thought it was mushrooms. I guess I could Google it.
The real stuff just grows that way.
Really? It's not like I've seen wild rice that's black.
We'll do ink in white rice for sushi, just for color and effect, but not. No, it's actually like.
So is it like a wild rice? Because I've seen like blackish rice in wild rice.
More like the big husk, and not like a.
Oh, okay. I've never. Okay, I think I know what you're talking about, but I've seen it in mixes. I've never had like a whole like bag of it or whole serving of it. Tried Philly cheesesteak in a Montreal restaurant. Should have waited to be back in Philly proper.
Yeah. Tell you what.
Well, hey, that's like grits in Rhode Island.
Yeah.
You're not gonna find it more than likely.
I haven't had some good grits for a while, bro. That's
Well, how about some hominy? Like
no hominy. Yeah, that sounds pretty good too.
No,
I miss being in.
You know what? My wife liked hominy. I guess I just grew up on grits, and I understand that it's more or less the same stuff, but it just did not work for me.
No, it's not. Yeah, no, grits are grits, bro. Yeah, hominy. There's your black rice.
Okay.
Yeah, just more of a grain. Almost like a wheat grain.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I could do that.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Rices.
Right.
See, I guess maybe next time I do an Amazon order, I'll see can I find it.
Quite a few.
Let's see. The bran hull of black rice contains the highest levels of anthocyanin, pigment found in food. Let's see. The grain has a similar amount of fiber to brown rice, and like brown rice, has a mild, nutty taste.
Kind of like me.
A mild, nutty taste. I got you.
There you go. $7.99.
You
$50
buy it at Kroger? Now I have a Kroger that actually delivers. I'll have to look that up.
Is that the Fred Meyer, or is that the just the straight?
No,
Kroger?
it's a Kroger. Yeah, it's
Nice.
a Kroger. They don't have Fred Meyer's in Georgia that I'm aware of.
No, I don't think so. Of course, we don't have Waffle House in Idaho either. So
Well, my Waffle House, dude, there's like 2 just in my little Georgia town.
sure, yeah, and more prevalent than freaking.
It's on either end of town. There's one on either end.
Yep.
You can get it coming or going.
Always.
There's one at each exit.
Yeah.
We got 2 exits to get to my town, and there's a Waffle House in both of them.
Right across from the Cracker Barrel.
You know what? The closest Cracker Barrel is a few miles up the road, if it's still there. I know they closed some of them.
On the off ramp, right?
Cracker Barrel isn't as good as it used to be.
No, it's horrible. Horrible. Yeah, you don't eat food that's on the off ramp. Off ramp food is not
okay.
You know what I mean? It's like Chuck E. Cheese and shit.
Well, I've had some good truck stop food.
Come on. Yeah. Goofball. All right, I'm gonna let the dog out.
Yeah, I need to wrap this up. What's up, King Rooster? Good to see you. Maybe I'll just, since Mel is here, maybe she'll come up. Cracker Barrel fell off. I will watch a few minutes of this Ilhan Omar bashing.
Yeah,
and then we'll wrap it up.
So today we're going into Safari restaurant where they are packing meals for children.
There's no evidence that the politicians knew the money was coming from people involved with alleged fraud, but we wanted to check how much money they received and whether they've returned it.
Well, that doesn't look like Minnesota to me.
Meanwhile, federal records reveal Congresswoman Ilhan Omar's husband got more than $600,000 in coronavirus relief money for his political consulting firm.
Official estimates vary. Behe says since 2007, more than 50 young men from the community have answered the call for jihad.
All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. I am Carmen JC, and we're back with another great video.
So I took a few days off because I really wanted to make sure that this series was put together properly. Tracking Ilhan Omar's history is not simple. She's an immigrant. Her background spans multiple countries, and understanding her family structure and
Oh, sorry. You know what? I was coughing and forgot to unmute. Too much laughing. This hairstyle, most of you will be too old to remember an old Marlo Thomas sitcom called That Girl. That's
I
what that.
I was thinking more like Bewitched.
Bewitched? No.
Kind of that little curl on the bottom there.
Yeah, it is a very 60s look.
Little bob.
So let's it just looks weird on her.
early positioning takes a lot of work. But I am real
You think? Well, no, you know what? I'm not going to
confident in what we've built so far. And I appreciate all of the positive feedback from you guys because I feel like you guys really enjoyed part one. Now, in part one, we broke down where she came from, Somalia, the regime, her family positioning inside of the structure, and the collapse that ultimately led to her coming to the United States. And today we're shifting because this episode is about how Ilhan Omar shaped herself into Ilhan Omar. Her college years, her work history, her political alignment, and the relationships that shaped her trajectory. And ultimately, how we got to the point where the fraud scandal centered in her district that is bigger than anything most people have seen come out of that area. That did not just happen overnight. So today we're going to walk through it and talk about it. Right, so we already talked about the fall of the Siad Barre regime in 1991, but we never actually finished talking about what happened after that. So now that's where we're going to pick up. When the regime fell, Somalia didn't transition into democracy, it disintegrated. What followed was clan warfare, warlord rule, and essentially a complete fragmented state. There was no central authority, no unified military, and no functioning national institution. Mogadishu was carved up by militias, regional commanders controlled territory through force, and humanitarian conditions completely collapsed. Now, in 1992, the United Nations and the United States intervened in an effort to stabilize famine and violence. That mission ended after the 1993 Battle of Mogadishu, and by 1994, U.S. forces completely withdrew. And essentially, Somalia returned to instability. For more than a decade, there was no effective national government. Instead, governance became localized clan-based power structures, informal authority systems, and survival politics. Now, out of that vacuum, local Islamic courts began to form. They stepped in where warlords had failed. By the early 2000s, those courts consolidated into what became known as the Islamic court unions. Now, in 2004, the international community backed the creation of a transitional federal government. It was formed in exile in Nairobi, and it was internationally recognized. However, it had almost no real control inside of actual Somalia. Now, by 2006, the Islamic Court Union had taken control of Mogadishu and pushed out many of the warlords. And essentially, many of the Somalis described that period as a more stable period than when the warlords were in control. It wasn't perfect, but compared to the chaos, it brought order. Okay. Now, in 2006, Ethiopia invaded Somalia to support the transitional government and prevent the ICU from consolidating power. And this is when the ICU collapses. From its militant youth wing emerged Al-Shabaab. Okay. So from their frame, they believe outside countries were intervening in their state. They believe that they should control their own government. Essentially, that grievance structure is what they use to justify their existence today. I want you guys to go ahead and take a listen to a clip of an Al-Shabaab member saying exactly that. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
muhiimadiina marka hadda idinka maxay tahay Soomaaliya oo kale markii la yiraahdo
anaga Soomaaliya muhiimadeena waxa weeye in wadankan uu xor noqdo sharciga lagu maamulayo iyo sharciga islaamka uu noqdo dadkeena iyo dalkeena iyo diinkeena inta aan xor noqono
muhiimadiina waa sidaas ajnabiga inay ka baxaan way wadanka markaa
ajnabiga wadanka inay iska baxaan way
laakiin iyagu waxay leeyihiin Soomaalidaan caawinaynaa oo muddo badan is soo dagaalayso rabaa inaan kala celinno oo aan dawlad u samaynay
inta Soomaalida dib ay ku jirtay caqabado u dirayeen waa isdhacayeen uma aysan soo gurban baan aysan soo aadinin markii Ilaahay subxaanahu wa ta'aala sharcigiisa u shaqeeyo ummadda ay isgaratay maxkamadii la dhisay markaasay soo duuleen oo waxa weeye duulaan ku yimideen haddii run sheegay warka runtood yahay inta Soomaali baan ximaan way waxa la dhibaatay wax maslaxa ah ama dan ay ka rabaan waddanka malaha danta iyo maslaxada Soomaalida waxay ku jirtaa haday ka rabaan inay nabad geliyaan iyaga isku filaan insha Allah Soomaaliya uma baahan oo waa barwaaqaysan yahay dadka waa dad muslimiina shariicadana nagu filan diinkeena nagu filan uma baahnin hana daayaan bis.
All right, guys, I'm just jumping in here to let you guys know that I am completely independent. And if you want to support the channel, you can hit the super thanks or the buy me a coffee link below. Also, you guys can go ahead and hit the hype. It really does help. I love you guys so much. And let's get back into the show. Now, between 2007 and 2009, right after the reorganization, approximately 20 young Somali American men from Minneapolis traveled to Somalia to join Al-Shabaab. That recruitment was later documented in federal indictments. I want you guys to go ahead and take a listen to the coverage on that. Go ahead and take a listen.
While official estimates vary, Behe says since 2007, more than 50 young men from the community have answered the call for jihad. At least 3 became suicide bombers, and 15, including Behe's nephew, were killed fighting alongside members of Al-Shabaab in Somalia.
One of the earliest indicators was the Shira Ahmed case from Minneapolis. He had been a college student, very well liked, very well regarded, spent most of his life in the Minneapolis area. And, in October 2008, he does a suicide bombing on behalf of Al-Shabaab, which is the first known case of an American suicide bomber.
We started peeling back the layers and we found a network of fundraisers, of recruiters, of travel arrangers who had started this pipeline.
Again, what does this have to do with Ilhan Omar? I guess she's trying to give some background or something, but I'm struggling to find the relevance here.
There is none.
Okay. I had about
Somali, therefore she's bad because all Somalis are bad right now. It's broken logic.
I'm just like, yeah, okay. And you know what? And I am going to be a horrible person for doing this, but listening to this guy is like listening to 1 or 2 people that I can think of on Sharon Bracey's panels, a couple of his regulars. I'm like, dude, there is absolutely no relevance to what you're saying to the point.
Yeah, it's a hit piece. I mean,
exactly.
It's not even that good yet, but it's getting better.
Have you seen this before?
No, just this guy I recognize. He's all over the place
John
here.
Miller.
Yeah, he's past year or two. He's on all the talk shows doing the circuit.
Horrible dresser.
Yeah.
And it's been going on since.
Yeah, there's one mosque that was leading this charge. That is the mosque called Abu Bakr as-Siddiq Mosque. All the missing, all the indicted, and all those who have been sentenced to jail here, who are in jail now, including the janitor of that mosque, are all from the same mosque, out of 40 mosques around here.
In Minneapolis, it seems that the problem is very localized around the Abu Bakr al-Siddiqui Mosque. We've seen in court documents in several different cases, particularly the Mohammed Saeed Omar case, the janitor at the mosque who was convicted of supporting terrorism, he was actually doing recruiting inside the mosque. We also know from court documents that Al-Shabaab recruiters were calling into the mosque into meetings where they were recruiting over the phone by loudspeaker to groups of young people who had been gathered there by mosque officials.
Now, essentially, this became a major issue in the Minnesota Somali community. Community meetings were held, families were concerned, federal authorities investigated. There were discussions happening at places like the Safari restaurant in Minneapolis, which reports describe as a gathering place where community members meet and sometimes politicians come to speak to discuss political issues. And this was one of the topics. Now, this issue was not invisible to Somali American political leaders Ilhan Omar spoke publicly about the radicalization and about young people leaving Minnesota to fight overseas. So I want you guys to go ahead and take a listen to what she had to say regarding that period.
Omar has also worked to reach out to young Somalis who may be at risk of radicalization. Minnesota is home to the largest Somali community in the U.S., with more than 20,000 people living in the state. The Federal Bureau of Investigation said about a dozen Somalis have joined militant groups in Syria in recent years, and about 22 men have been lured to join al-Shabaab in Somalia, dating back to 2007.
We know that a lot of these young people feel pretty angry and upset about something, and avenues don't exist for them to have a discussion about what's happening with them. They don't feel like there is a process for them to do so, and so and that isolation and that powerlessness that makes them vulnerable to being radicalized, I think goes away. And so for me, it's making sure that people understand that they have a lot more tools in their toolbox.
Now, when you listen to that, you'll notice something. She doesn't center her language around condemning al-Shabaab directly. Instead, she focuses on a youth vulnerability. She focuses on children not having outlets. She focuses on anger without direction. She focuses on community conditions. Essentially, her framing leans more towards understanding the social factors behind radicalization rather than forcefully denouncing the organization itself. Now, you can interpret that however you want, but the emphasis is clear. The focus is on why, not condemnation. Now, in 2012, al-Shabaab formally pledged to al-Qaeda. Then in 2013, they carried out the Westgate shopping mall attack in Nairobi, which killed 67 people. Now, after that attack, reports emerged examining whether Western nationals, including possible Somali Americans, were involved. U.S. officials investigated those claims, but never officially confirmed that a specific Somali American was one of the attackers. I want you guys to go ahead and take a listen to this clip on exactly that.
The FBI says it will not comment at this time on its active investigation into the al-Shabaab terrorist group's attack on Nairobi's Westgate Mall and whether any Somali Americans were involved. But for FBI agents in Minneapolis, combating al-Shabaab's efforts to radicalize Somali Americans has been the top priority for years.
Today, Somalia operates under the federal government of Somalia, which was established after the transitional period ended in 2012. Al-Shabaab still remain active, although it's weakened from its territorial peak, yet it is still capable. When you step back and take a look at this from 1991 to today, essentially the pattern is clear. A regime collapses, power fragments, a transitional authority struggles to establish control, foreign intervention reshapes the battlefield, and out of that instability, an insurgency embeds itself and adapts. That is the cycle, what defines modern day Somalia. And that is the environment that al-Shabaab emerges from and continues to operate within. All right, so now we're going to jump back into Ilhan Omar. So we know that in 2002, she entered an Islamic marriage with Ahmed Hersi. In 2004, she traveled overseas. According to her memoir, she went to London briefly, and then she traveled to Sweden to visit family there. So family in London, family in Sweden. When she returned from that trip, that is when she began to consistently wear her hijab. In her memoir, she explains that she wore the hijab for herself, not for other people. And this was something that she chose to embrace during the period, and that she came to the understanding of a more deeply connection to her religion, essentially. By that point, she was married, she had 2 children, and had traveled abroad, and she was finishing school. Now, after finishing school, she began working for the University of Minnesota Extension. From 2006 to 2009, she worked as a community nutrition educator in the Minneapolis-St. Paul region. Her responsibilities included teaching communities about healthy eating, food access, and public nutrition programs. This is her first documented professional role, and it will become very relevant in the work with child nutrition and public programs. After Islamically divorcing Ahmed Hersi in 2008, she then married Ahmed Nur Saeed Elmi in 2009. She enrolls with Elmi in North Dakota State University and begins to pursue her undergraduate degree in political science and international studies. Now, in the spring of 2011, she completes her bachelor's degree in political science and international studies from the North Dakota State University. As a part of completing her degree, she fulfills a study abroad requirement, and she travels to Somalia with her father. That includes a trip
Wow.
to Puntland, where her father is from, and Mogadishu is where she is originally from. She takes that trip while pregnant and designs a research project focused on Puntland. After returning from that study abroad trip, she completed her degree, and this is when she begins entering the political space. So now we're getting into the part where Ilhan Omar actually enters politics. Before she ever held office, before she went to Congress, she was already inside of the political infrastructure. In 2012, she served as the campaign manager for the Minnesota State Senator, Carrie Dzik. That meant that she was overseeing fundraisers, donor outreach, messaging, vendor payments, and compliance reporting. From 2012 to 2013, she worked as a child nutrition outreach coordinator for the Minnesota Department of Education. Will become relevant again later. Her job was connecting schools and families to federally funded meal programs and working inside of eligibility systems, documentation requirements, and federal structures. In 2013, she managed Andrew Johnson's campaign for Minneapolis City Council, in which he won. From 2013 to 2015, she served as his senior policy aide inside of Minneapolis city government, drafting ordinances, researching legislation, advising on votes, meeting with advocacy groups, and seeing how public funds move and how policies get written. In 2014, her sister, Sarah Noor, hosted an event at the Safari restaurant in Minneapolis. Her sister noted that the restaurant owner was her friend. Okay, and I think that is relevant. Safari restaurant becomes a reoccurring location in her political story. In 2015, she becomes the director of policy initiatives for the Women Organizing Women Network, mobilizing East African women into civic leadership. Now, on October 10th, 2015, she launches her campaign for Minnesota House District 60B. According to her memoir, she raised roughly $10,000 to $13,000 on opening night. However, that campaign wasn't met without resistance. According to her memoir, some Somali elders pressured her to withdraw. They wanted Mohammed Noor to have a clear path. She had previously supported his campaign when he ran and lost. They came from the same tribe, and he had entered the race after she did, but she chose to stay in the race. She won in August 2016 and became the first Somali American Muslim legislator in U.S. history. She serves one term, and then 2018 reshapes everything. Now, this is where things start to get interesting. 2018 is truly when everything reshapes, not just her political life, but Minnesota politics in general. The political machine you see in Minnesota today, yeah, that structure happened in 2018. Keith Ellison vacates Minnesota's 5th Congressional District to run for Attorney General. He had held that seat since 2007, about 12 years. And if you remember, Keith Ellison converted to Islam earlier in his life and became the first Muslim elected to Congress. She has publicly said that he encouraged her to run. Now, keep that in mind. She had only served one term as a state representative, only one. And just think about this. She beat out Phyllis Khan. Okay. Phyllis Khan had been in this the seat that she took like essentially forever. It was like 20 years or something. And she was a fixture, and Omar beat her out. One term later, she's running for U.S. Congress. Now she runs, and when she runs, she vacates her House District 60B seat, and that later goes to Mohammed Noor, who is from her tribe. At the same time, Tim Walz vacates Minnesota's 1st Congressional District, and he also held that seat since 2007 because he runs for governor. And that same year, Jacob Frey becomes the mayor of Minneapolis. You have Ilhan Omar moving up after one term, Tim Walz moving up to governor, Keith Ellison moving up to Attorney General, and Jacob Frey becoming mayor. That is a lot happening in one cycle, especially since these people are still around today in those very positions. Too much happening for me to not notice. All of this happened before COVID, before George Floyd. They couldn't have known those events were coming. However, it almost looked like this infrastructure was already in place politically and institutionally, structurally by the time those events had unfolded. Now, I am just looking at patterns, okay? During the 2018 federal campaign cycle, the FEC showed payments from Ilhan Omar's campaign to Tim Mynett as the firm E Street Group. Federal campaigns operate under strict FEC reporting. Every expenditure is public record. So essentially at this time, these payments were being made before she was married to him, and while allegations of an affair was circulating publicly. We're talking substantial amounts of multiple reporting cycles, okay? Millions we're talking. And I want you guys to go ahead and take a listen to this clip on that.
Meanwhile, federal records reveal Congresswoman Ilhan Omar's husband got more than $600,000 in coronavirus relief money for his political consulting firm, on top of the millions that his company received from her election campaign. Charles Payne is host of Making Money on the Fox Business Network. He joins us now. Charles, you'll have to explain this one to me. We'll put it up on the screen. This is the E Street Group receiving in total $634,900 in funds. PPP, $134,000 of that. Disaster loans, $500,000. That firm was also paid more than $2 million since the start
this
of
dude
the year,
always
Charles,
makes me laugh.
from Omar's campaign for digital advertising, fundraising, consulting, website production. She announced last month, I should mention, in November, that her campaign was terminating its contract with that firm because of all the scrutiny that she was receiving over those payments.
Yeah, but no money's going to be returned. I mean, listen, services were delivered, but this is something people were talking about, this cozy relationship, long before November. She had a chance to take care of it then. She did not. It was too much money, millions of dollars. It was too much to ignore. They took it. They'll take a little bit of scrutiny. It won't be a lot. The media will not focus on it. It will go away. But the bottom line is America's distrust in the public, America's distrust in the media. This is why both are in free fall.
On November 6, 2018, she wins Minnesota's 5th district and take office January 3rd, 2019, as the member of the U.S. House of Representatives. Now, obviously, this opens her up to national scrutiny. People began questioning whether it was ethical for her campaign to be paying her future husband consulting firm.
I'm sorry. I got to say this. I wonder what would happen if I, you know what? No, I was imagining a scenario where she might get caught out in the rain, but I'm not going to go there.
Their personal relationship was developing. At the time, both were going through divorces. Allegations of an affair were public, and there was a lot going on, okay? Meanwhile, her campaign continued making payments to E Street Group for consulting services, all documented in the FEC filings. Now, I've looked into her campaign expenditures myself. The payments to E Street stand out. I didn't find any comparable payments at that level going to any other consulting firms. Granted, it's a lot of data to scrub through. However, that is what I observed. The controversy continued to follow her. It went through multiple cycles. She ultimately cut ties with E Street Group in 2022. Now, I really want to go back to 2020 because there's a lot happening in 2020. In 2020, she authored the Meals Act. This legislation expanded flexibility, school meal distribution during COVID-19, loosening federal restrictions so schools and community partners could distribute more food broadly during emergency conditions. Essentially, it made access to meal funding easier. She publicly promoted this legislation, including filming a promotional video inside of Safari restaurant, which keeps coming up. I want you guys to go ahead and take a listen to that.
So today we're going into Safari restaurant where they are packing meals for children and their families. They serve about 2,300 kids every single day. Today we're helping pack those meals for children. Because of the Meals Act that I introduced that got passed into the CARES Act, now school districts can have the support of businesses like Safari to be able to get meals into children and their families who are now distance learning, who rely on getting their daily meals from the school. So this is really important in trying to make sure that all of our children, all of our families continue to be fed.
Now, here's where it starts to layer. Safari Restaurant in Minneapolis was later implicated in the federal Feeding Our Future investigation, one of the largest COVID-era fraud schemes in the country. Her campaign has catered from Safari Restaurant several times, and you can track the relationship back to 2014. Safari has been a long time considered a community hub where political conversations and events and gatherings happen. But we'll come back to that. But individuals connected to the Feeding Our Future investigation, including people later charged, made public donations to the campaigns in Minneapolis, including Ilhan Omar's and other politicians. That is documented in campaign finance records.
There's no evidence that the politicians knew the money was coming from people involved with alleged fraud, but we wanted to check how much money they received and whether they've returned it.
Between March 2020 and now, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar received 3 campaign donations totaling $7,400 from 3 suspects now charged in the $250 million Feeding Our Future federal meal fraud. Most of the money came from owners of Safari Restaurant. Omar's campaign says she has donated all that money to food charities.
Now you have emergency meal funding, loosened federal restrictions, restaurants participating in federal programs, later indictments, campaign catering relationships, political donations, event hosting, all intersecting within the same ecosystem, essentially. Also in 2020, I told you this in part 1, she filed joint tax returns back in 2014 and 2015 with Ahmed Hirsi while she was legally married to Ahmed Noor Saeed Elmi. Now, to be clear, she filed taxes jointly with someone else she was not married to while she was legally married to someone else. This was brought up publicly, including oversight discussions. In 2020, a Minnesota court ordered her to repay approximately $3,400 in back taxes and penalties related to those filings. So by 2020, she had expanded federal meal funding during a national emergency, was facing scrutiny over campaign consulting funds, was publicly connected to a restaurant later implicated in massive fraud, and was resolving tax issues tied to filing jointly with someone she was not married to, as well as being accused of marrying her brother. Also in 2020, that's when her father died. Her father died. Members of the Somali community began circulating an obituary stating that he served in the Somali National Army. Then people started talking about his military background. And what I found to be strange is that this obituary listed Ilhan Omar and Sarah Noor as his children, even though he reportedly had 7 children. So it didn't list none of the other children. It only listed Ilhan Omar's children as his grandchildren, even though Sarah Noor has children too. So even the gravesite, it reportedly just said Abi Noor. So again, 2020, a lot happening in 1 year. So we're going to kind of stop there, but I find all of that to be a lot weird. Not a little bit weird, a lot weird. But we're still going to talk about her increased wealth after 2020. We're going to talk about her connection to Feeding Our Future, fraud ecosystem. We're still going to talk about Minnesota politics in general. And apparently there were questions about whether the Biden DOJ was looking into her increased wealth. All of that is coming in part 3. I know this is a lot of information to take in. I don't want to overload you, but I appreciate you sitting and listening. And we're just going to stop there for now. But in part 3, we will go deeper. All right, guys, that's all I have for you guys today. If you made it to the end, I genuinely appreciate you. Thank you guys for showing up. We're going to keep digging deeper. We're going to keep asking questions because when you have shifting stories about a congresswoman who may or may not have married her brother, tax filings that didn't line up with her marital status, campaign money flowing to a future husband, and sudden increase of reported wealth, as well as legislation that loosened restrictions right before a massive fraud exploded in the same ecosystem. Yeah, that deserves scrutiny, especially when she came through the system doing like meal programs, working for the Department of Education, educating children on these programs. She literally did this for a living. So yeah, I believe this deserves scrutiny. We are not done with Ilhan Omar. Part 3, we will go deeper. I want to know what you guys think. I am Carmen JC. If you're new here, make sure you hit the like or the subscribe button. Or if you want to support the channel, hit the super thanks or the buy me a coffee link below. I love you guys so much, and I will see you guys next time.
I'm breaking chains, free in minds.
Yeah, okay. Oh boy. Well, the longer I stay on, the more stuff I find to watch. This is Chris Cillizza. They are looking at North Carolina and Texas's primaries. We'll listen to this a little bit, and then I will end this puppy.
That dang old Chuck Todd.
Let me refresh this.
Midterm election cycles going back to 19.
Oh, darn it.
Something for the audience to keep in mind as the results come in is, yes, I do think Cornyn is probably in a rough scenario no matter which way you cut it.
Ooh, Paxton winning.
I'd be interested to see like where Hunt's votes are. Like, for instance, if he does, really well if Hunt does really well in the wealthier precincts of Houston. Okay, that may give Cornyn a little bit of a cushion going into a runoff, but
right? Because those are more Cornyn than Paxton for
Cornyn,
sure. If
yeah.
they had to choose, right?
Yeah, so that's just something I'd kind of keep in mind.
Look, it is worth noting that Donald Trump did seem to hint that he might end up endorsing in the runoff. Yeah.
Jeffrey, go
I'll
ahead.
say that the hunt bid. It's a couple things. One is that they saw how poor his people and him saw how poorly Cornyn was polling head to head with Paxton when it was just a 2-person race, and then Cornyn and his allies started running all these ads against Paxton. Paxton lost vote share, but Cornyn again wasn't necessarily gaining very much. And suddenly I think Hunt and company were like, well, they'd already laid the groundwork a little bit by running some ads outside of the Houston area to raise his name recognition some, just in case. And then it was like, well, people might be looking for a third option. They may not want Paxton because they're worried he could lose. Clearly people are not too cool or not really excited about Cornyn. So maybe I can kind of jump in here and have an opportunity. Obviously it doesn't seem to have worked out. But I can see what the logic is, though. I will say it's very funny to think that all that Cornyn spending might have actually encouraged Hunt to get into the race by lowering Paxton's position.
I also wonder if, and Chuck and I talked about this months ago, I also wonder if Hunt took a little bit of a gamble that Cornyn might not stay
I always
in, and then
I always had a theory.
establishment. Right. Like
I always had a theory that Hunt was the backup plan to stop
Totally.
Paxton. If
and
Cornyn,
maybe you force Cornyn's hand by getting in, and
and then see what it is. And I think that I've always wondered if anybody was going to have the heart to heart a few days before filing deadline to Cornyn and say, what, dude, it's actually
not gonna
easier if
end
you don't
well.
run. Yeah,
Right.
Are you sure you want to go through this?
Yeah.
But people I know close to him said he kind of just doesn't believe he's going to lose. He really believes he's going to win this race. He really
give
believes.
you Dick Lugar.
I know
Against Richard Murdoch. They're like, people love me here in Washington.
Yeah, he does not. He's in a bit. There's a bit of disbelief. With Cornyn.
Anyway, all right, Miles, we've already had you longer than we said we would. So thank you. Miles Coleman, Sabados Cristobal at the UVA Center for Politics. Miles, by the way, I'm going to be down there doing a favor for a friend. So I'm going to be down there mid-month. So I'm going to email you. Let's get together.
Sure. And, just one thing before I leave is I know on the DDHQ account, y'all have been talking about it, but the DDHQ Votes app is awesome. I love that so much.
It's the best.
Really cool.
There you go.
And we're going to be featuring it very prominently once we get some votes coming in. So yes, it is amazing. Thank you.
It's on another level.
Skelly will send you a check.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, dude. Be well.
Well, look, we've spent a lot of time talking about
actually,
Texas.
the polls should be closing like in 5 minutes.
2 other states holding primaries,
They're
including one of the 7 most important
behind
states in
me.
America. It is the beautiful state of North Carolina. So let's bring in our next guest.
Oh,
here,
Arkansas
Danielle
is doing it
Battaglia,
too.
Of the Raleigh News and Observer. Danielle, it is. Thanks for joining Decision Desk 2026.
Thanks for having me. Happy Election Day.
And Chuck, can I put a plug in for
Please
Danielle? I went on my Substack and I asked people, reporters, people like us, regular people, to nominate the best political reporters in every state. And Danielle was a name that came up again and again and again in North Carolina. So she doesn't need me to give her some shine, but I just wanted to let people know about that.
That's so sweet. Thank you.
You bet.
So, you've got to ride a lead tonight. And on one hand, right, there's this big, amazing Senate race that's going to be taking place in November. No real primary opposition for Roy Cooper or Michael Whatley. I'm curious, is the biggest story tonight Phil Berger, the state Senate president?
I think so. And I will say that is a race that I'm watching heavily. I started my career in Rockingham County. So these are two men I have known my entire career. I met them both when I was 22 years old. They've had so much bitterness between the two.
Tell us about both people.
Yeah,
so
tell
Phil
us about
Berger, Phil Berger, state Senate.
People are not going to know this one.
Phil
as well.
Berger. Okay, well, people need to know about the North Carolina legislature. It's basically more powerful than the governorship.
Yes.
So those in charge of the
damn it,
the legislative leaders in North Carolina are essentially arguably than the governor, at least with power at times. Phil Berger been there a long time. He's the Senate Republican president. So tell us about Phil Berger and his primary opponent, Danielle.
Yeah, so I started covering Rockingham County in 2011, and he was already Senate president then. He is considered the most powerful lawmaker in North Carolina. And he is known in North Carolina to have that role, to be very powerful. He's got people behind the scenes working for him. He's basically running the show here. And his sheriff, Sam Page, who has been sheriff since 1998, decided to challenge him to his Senate seat. And so we are looking at a potential upsetting of a man who is the most powerful politician in North Carolina by his local sheriff, who is very popular. And like I said, they've had this bitter war going on between them for years.
Is it just over turf?
Yeah.
What's the war about?
Right. And this is,
it,
by the way,
is it an old-fashioned political turf war?
Yeah,
this is
basically.
like Greensboro, Danielle?
Yeah, it's north of Greensboro. Just north of Greensboro. Yeah,
North of
it
Greensboro.
is.
I just want to locate it for folks.
It's right above Greensboro, south of Danville, Virginia. So you're sandwiched between the two. It is.
Take Route 29 right down
Yes.
there. From
29.
Charlottesville, if you wanted to go all the way to Greensboro, that's how you do it.
Skelly makes this live stream trend very heavy UVA. Have you noticed that? A lot of Charlottesville Center. Danielle, tell us. I'm interested because I know a little bit about Berger, but nothing about the sheriff. Is the sheriff an elected position, and how in the hell is the sheriff like legit, possibly knocking off, as you said, the most powerful politician in North Carolina?
It is an elected position, and like I said, he's very popular there. I would say, as far as Phil Berger, most popular, most powerful leader. I should say most popular, most powerful leader in the state. But for the county, the sheriff is the most powerful politician in a county, and so people know who Sheriff Page is. He is somebody that is constantly at events around town. He's constantly on TV, whether that's in Rockingham County or in Guilford County. He makes a name known for himself. His daughter worked at the local TV station, so he had an in for a while at CBS. And so, like, he was constantly on TV.
The tentacles were everywhere.
1998 or something. It's been a long time.
They've both been in office for a long time. Yeah.
They've been around forever. And my understanding of this turf war started when Phil Berger's son, Phil Berger Jr., ran for district attorney, and Sam Page endorsed his rival, Belinda Foster, for that position, and they never got over it.
Dude, you can't see. I always say that Chuck and I talk about this. We both have like kind of grown kids. You can insult me all you want, but if you attack my kids, it's always the kids that get that's where I get like truly insulted.
But it's a reminder. The reason I love politics is because usually beefs are over, frankly, small things, not
dumb
big
stuff.
things. It's not like they're having this big ideological fight over whether there should be property taxes, right? No. Instead, it's about something small and petty, like you didn't endorse my son.
It's piled on for years too, because when his son ran for Congress, there was another turf war that broke out there in 2014. Where once again he wasn't supportive of Phil Berger Jr. for Congress. Now Kevin Berger, his younger son, is the county commissioner there, and there's been some battles between the sheriff and the county commissioner Berger. So there's a lot going on there. It's fascinating to watch this.
Let's go big picture, Danielle. So look, a loss of Phil Berger. What does that do?
This sounds like it sounds like Hazard County, the Dukes of Hazzard, all the local politicians just kind of squabbling.
Kind of domino effect could this have if Berger loses this primary? He still serves the rest of the year, so still have sort of titular power, if you will, though people will sniff out the weakness. But what does this mean for? I mean, is this at all have an impact on the coordinated campaign in North Carolina, and does it have a
Roscoe
impact on the
P.
Senate
Coltrane
race,
defeated Boss Hogg
in the state?
Well, it's important to know that Senator Tom Tillis, who is retiring from office, setting up
apparently 12th man's the only one old enough to get that reference
this year. He came into power with Phil Berger. They had
I'm gonna get you, big boys.
House and the Senate from majority Democrats to majority Republicans. So that alone, I think, is interesting. But then you're
almost
gonna
like there's a passing of a torch here, huh?
It feels that way a little bit. And then you're gonna see them basically, if he loses, you're gonna see them kind of have to reshape North Carolina politics. There's so many people in the Berger orbit that are running the place, basically, and they're going to have to get new leadership in place. On top of that, we just lost our House Speaker, Tim Moore. He's been replaced by Dustin Hall. Tim Moore is now a member of Congress. So you're going to have new leadership basically running both chambers.
We saw that with
just
Kevin
to-
McCarthy.
just to-
When
hey,
he
just
got
to help people
ousted,
out,
it changed
I
a
would-
whole bunch of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry, Chuck. I was just going to say, just for people to see on screen, this is where that district is. It's, well, if I can do it correctly, it's basically as I zoom in
Extreme
here,
close up.
Yeah.
It's a square.
Yeah, I clicked. I
There's
didn't
like
click out of it quite right, but it's
92,000 people, I think, living there. No
Yeah, so-
Starbucks, no Target.
yeah, it's like entirely
So it's
in Rockingham County and part of Guilford County, which is where.
No
That's
Target, no
pretty funny.
Starbucks. This is like
in
the Dave
Rockingham, not in
Wasserman.
Guilford.
This is like the Wasserman, like how
What's
close
up,
you get
Yeti?
to a Whole Foods. Hey Danielle, can we? I don't want to go where. I'm interested in the Fushi primary.
Yes.
What's the? It seems like it's both a like standard liberal versus like Bernie Sanders liberal. Anita Fushi versus her.
I don't
opponent
think
there,
Bernie
the main
Sanders
opponent.
would
But
appreciate
it's
being
also,
called
we were
a
talking about this
liberal.
before you came on. It also is an age primary too. Like, what's your sense of that one? How close is it? It's always in a Democratic primary for House. God, I mean, not gonna be that many votes cast. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's like hard to gauge. What's your sense on that race?
We
And
were
I'll
just
pull
talking
up,
about
for
that.
people who don't know, I'll pull that up, Lauren. That Jeffrey mentioned this earlier. That district has both UNC and Duke. UNC,
Hey,
Chapel Hill, and Duke in it.
I just want to insert quick breaking news and get another pot of coffee on Jeffrey. Dallas County is extending voting an extra hour.
Yes. Till 9
due to
o'clock.
widespread confusion.
Wait,
So,
2 hours. I think it's 2 hours actually.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. There's
Oh,
to 9
gosh.
p.m. Yeah.
Yeah.
To 9 p.m. local, which is 10 p.m.
10
Eastern.
p.m.
us.
Yeah,
Great.
so
Wow.
basically, Dallas is going to Mountain Time tonight.
Yes.
But I digress. Or
Daniel,
that's-
go ahead. Tell us about North Carolina 4. I've got it pulled up on the screen here.
So Valerie Fushi's the incumbent. She is a Democrat. She's more moderate than Nida Alum, who is basically the person everyone's watching as possibly beating her. I don't know how close this race is going to be. This is a rematch. They've come up against each other before. It was a pretty ugly race then. It hasn't been very polite this time. And so we were talking about it in our newsroom before I came on here. We're not sure what to expect from this race, but I think it's one that people should be watching very closely. You never know what's going to happen in a primary.
And Alum has seen a ton of outside spending on her behalf, right?
Yeah.
Like slightly weirdly for a
So has
challenger.
Fushi actually.
Yeah, they
That
both
has
have.
come in
Interesting.
response.
Interesting.
To
Okay.
Alum's support.
Yeah, it's been.
Go ahead, Danielle.
I was going to say it's been interesting to watch because Valerie Fushi, the last election had a ton of APAC money. She had money from a man whose name is
APAC money?
completely leaving my
Holy
brain.
cow.
Sam Freeman,
They
is that
endorsed
right?
the black
Who is
man?
now
Oh,
in
Sam
prison.
Bankman-Fried.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
So she took-
Incarcerated.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
those
That's quite the pair. So she did crypto money and APAC money.
Those were her two biggest funders, and so she lost her two biggest funders this year because she wouldn't take the APAC money, and she lost him, and so she suddenly was getting AI money, which was a big part of this race of people watching that very closely. I don't know
Yeah,
where my voice
Fushi
went.
actually just got a committee position or some sort
Yeah.
of important leadership post that regarding that will have to do with the regulation of that. And so she's gotten money now from them, from AI, in sort of response. Or was it crypto? It's one or the other. And now
It was
I-
AI,
she
and
must
that
be
came in on
fourth
December. She
district
got
mu-
that position December 9th, which
hold
I
on a
find
sec.
fascinating. in this
Hey,
race.
Sin, if you're still out there, is the 4th district in North Carolina in the research triangle or something? How would she be getting AI money, Valerie Fushi?
Say Chuck mentioned this, and I'm just scrolling through this, Lauren, on my screen. But the U.S. Senate races, Roy
Let's see
Cooper,
where
the
the
former
4th
governor, is
district
going to win the
is.
Democratic primary. Michael Whatley, the former RNC co-chair, is going to win the Republican primary. But Danielle, I just kind of wanted to, while we're waiting for results, sort of more broadly, can you talk about that race because,
Yeah.
like Chuck said, swing state, right? Swing state presidential, the best possible Democratic candidate, I think. Like the amount of money that is going to be spent.
Oh,
there
so
between
she
now
is in the
and
research
election day
triangle.
is just going to be
She's enduring.
Could be the
staggering.
first billion-dollar senator.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
We're looking,
which is
I think-
fascinating because remember, Hunt
Although,
Helms,
by the way,
back when was the most expensive
Interesting.
Senate race.
By the way,
Very
though,
interesting.
everything's bigger in Texas. I have a feeling as expensive
know.
as North Carolina.
Especially if there's a runoff.
Yeah, we Texas probably is going to get to $1 billion before.
Danielle,
before
can
North
you just talk about the dynamic there? Because that's obviously, if Democrats want to have any chance of retaking the Senate, they have to have Roy Cooper win.
Yeah, it's such an interesting dynamic. And this is something I've been following probably 2 years in the making now of trying to see where this was going to go because
That is,
I wasn't positive
that
Roy Cooper
is
was going to get in. I was pretty
definitely.
positive
Oh man,
he was
she's
going
in
to,
the
but there
catbird
was
seat.
movement back
He's
and
got
forth.
like
And
two.
for a while, Tom Hills
like,
was still
what,
in this race. He
top
pulled out
20
after he
or
had a
top-
falling out with
definitely
President
top
Trump over the summer
50
over
colleges.
Medicaid coverage in North Carolina during the One Big Beautiful Bill battle.
they're
And
probably
that's when he
top-
saw Michael
top
Whatley get in. So
30,
to
top
make this
20.
make more sense, Governor Cooper, he has been a candidate on our ballot since 1987. He's won every race. He,
Wow.
1987.
Fourth
He's the
term
Richard
AG, right?
Blumenthal of North Carolina.
We are going to
fourth-term
have
AG, right?
people.
Yeah.
We are going to have experts
Yeah.
tonight on this live stream who were born after Roy Cooper first served in office.
Wait, he was Attorney General for 4 terms?
4 terms. He was 4 terms Attorney General, 2 terms governor. He was governor during COVID, so he was on our TV sets every day. And because I pointed out myself, he's been in office only 1 year more than I've been alive.
Oh,
but
incredible.
Yeah, so this is somebody people know really well. He's been on their TV sets. He's been in office. He's been in like every level of government in North Carolina. And then you have Michael Whatley, who, if you're a Politico, you know his name because he not only was our NC GOP chair, I didn't say that right. He was the Republican Party chair in North Carolina, but he was also chairman of the Republican National Committee. And so I think Republicans thought going into this race, like everybody knows his name. This is a household name, but we're finding in North Carolina that nobody knows his name. I shouldn't say nobody, but a lot of people are very unfamiliar with him. And so compared to Roy Cooper, he's got like a steep curve to get up to get people to recognize who he
You're
is.
saying a party apparatchik isn't well known by the average voter? I'm stunned.
I know, right?
Daniela, let me get you out of here on this because I know you've got stories to start writing and worrying about when we get some numbers to trickle in here from North Carolina. And that is there anything tonight that happens that you think matters to the U.S. Senate race?
Getting those names finalized, I think, is going to be very important. They're already campaigning against each other. Michael Whatley and Roy Cooper are very confident that they're winning this race. But I think having that solidified on the record that it's going to be those two will really help drive this election along. And I think you're going to start seeing them immediately. Both of them have campaign events tomorrow. So they're confident they are winning.
They're using this as a trigger to really try to take it to the next level of campaigning.
I think you're going to be oversaturated by them really soon.
Well, I want to thank Danielle because I didn't know there were so many damn burgers in North Carolina. I mean, it's incredible. Anyway, thank you.
I feel like we're doing an Uber Eats commercial. Burger, you keep making me hungry.
Totally.
Where's
which one of us is McConaughey? Probably Jeffrey because of the hair. Let's be honest. He's the only one with good hair. He's the only one with hair, other than Danielle.
You're gonna get yourself in trouble, Chris. Hey Danielle, thanks.
Thank you guys.
You rock. Make sure you follow her work, folks. Make sure you support people doing the work the right way. Thanks, Danielle.
So, as you know, you can do nothing for free.
No.
You guys know this, right? Nothing
I'm well aware.
Free. So, but in order to make this for free for you, we got to have sponsors. And with that, I want to toss to the sponsor of this live stream tonight, Ethos Life. Having good life insurance is incredibly important. I know from personal experience. I was 16 when my father passed away. We didn't have any money. He didn't leave us in the best shape. My mother, single mother now, widow, myself, 16, trying to figure out how am I going to pay for college. And lo and behold, My dad had one life insurance policy that we found. It wasn't a lot, but it was important at the time. And it's why I was able to go to college. Little did he know how important that would be in that moment. Well, guess what? That's why I am here to tell you about Ethos Life. They can provide you with peace of mind knowing your family is protected, even if the worst comes to pass. Ethos is an online platform that makes getting life insurance fast and easy, all designed to protect your family's future in minutes, not months. There's no complicated process, and it's 100% online. There's no medical exam required. You just answer a few health questions online. You can get a quote in as little as 10 minutes, and you can get same-day coverage without ever leaving your home. You can get up to $3 million in coverage, and some policies start as low as $2 a day. That would be billed monthly. As of March 2025, Business Insider named Ethos the #1 no medical exam.
What's up, 12th man?
How's it going, Stanley? Another day in the life of beauty.
Yeah. I'd forgotten tonight was a primary night, so I'm going to follow this for maybe another 30 minutes and then get out of here before the 6-hour mark.
Jasmine Crockett primary? Is that today?
Yeah. I haven't heard any
wow.
news of it. I'm sure they'll cover it. I think the polls have closed in Texas, though.
Let's bring in our next guest. Let's talk a little. We're going to talk a little Texas, but I want to talk a little Texas Governor Abby Turner from National Journal.
Hi, Abby.
Hello.
How are you all doing tonight?
Good. Hey, real quick.
Dropped a y'all. I like it.
I know. Way to be.
It's a southern.
But
It's a southern primary night. That's right. All three
authentic.
states are in the South. Right.
Lauren, I just pulled up on my screen. We've got some votes, about 8% in the Texas governor's race. So there. Thanks, dude. Go ahead, Chuck.
And remember, just a reminder to folks, we got polls. Polls aren't going to close. Actually, now polls are going to close in El Paso before they close in Dallas County. That's how long things are going to go. So there's no going to bed early tonight, especially if we're on a knife's edge when it comes to the
the
Democratic side, because we think that's where the drama is about runoff or no runoff. But let's talk about a race that gets zero coverage compared to the Senate race. And yet, Abby, I have yet to see a poll that has shown Abbott up by more than high single digits against Gina Hinojosa. This feels like he's trying to win a fourth term. It is, there's always a point of like governor fatigue at some point. It is not easy to win a fourth term. Mario Cuomo lost his attempt to win a fourth term. Tommy Thompson did win a fourth term. I think Rick Perry got one. Not an easy thing. And yet Abbott does not behave as if he's got anything to worry about.
He really does not. He has not campaigned much when you think about, he's in a primary. Both of them are pretty much uncontested. Obviously, Abbott is uncontested. Hinojosa is expected to walk away with this nomination, but you look at him and you think, he wants to be governor. He's not really worried about his reelection chances. But I think the polling in this race is very interesting. It's been overshadowed by both of the Senate primaries on the Democratic and Republican side. But as always, Texas is always Democrats' white whale. It's, what year is it going to be their year? I think the question is there going to be enough momentum on the Democratic side for governor? You're starting to see national Democrats kind of put an eye on Texas. Senators Ruben Gallego and Chris Murphy both endorsed Hinojosa within the last week or so. So I think as that Senate primary hopefully starts to wrap up tonight and you have a nominee there, you're going to see more attention on this governor's race, maybe even some joint campaigning to the eventual Senate nominee there. But Hinojosa has not picked sides in that Democratic
She has not.
It is true though, like a rising tide lifts all boats. I know, right? But
Exactly.
it's you would benefit if you're Hinojosa. I mean, I remember all the way back. What was the rich guy? The super rich
Tony Sanchez. Yeah, who got
and it was like Tony
wiped out.
Sanchez and Ron Kirk in 2002, and it was like, see, we're going to have like a real Senate race and a real governor's race, and the Democratic turnout's got that. Actually, I mean, if Paxton winds up being the nominee, I mean, there's a lot to go there, but she could benefit from the Senate race driving. I mean, any Democratic nominee is going to have to find every person who's anywhere close to a Democrat in that race. And, you know, like Chuck said, I don't care who you are, 3 terms, 4 terms, people start to be like, maybe time to give someone else are people paying attention in the state yet, Abby, or not really?
Yeah, I would say so. I think the one thing that Hinojosa has against her is fundraising. I mean, Abbott, as you said, going into 4th term, has a massive war chest. I mean, he has tens of millions of dollars.
It's monstrous.
It's
it's over 100 million.
He's
isn't it?
spending his operations like spending money, or maybe it's his allies, but he's using a vehicle to spend money to boost Crockett in the Senate race. You know, like he's like
he has $100 million on hand.
Yeah,
hubris much. Right.
God,
like that one is,
that is
you know,
$12
and what I would
million.
want to say to Mr. Abbott, careful what you wish for there. Are you sure you want turnout drivers on that ticket? But anyway, but I digress.
But looking there, Hinojosa only entered 2026 with a few $100,000 on hand, so she really does not have that cash advantage. I think she's obviously going to need that attention that the Senate race is going to trickle down to the governor's race, but she needs more than just attention. I think she's going to need some funding to kind of trickle over from that competition as well.
I keep hearing in the back of whispers of like Greg Abbott's going to win in 2026, and then he parlays that right into a presidential. Do people talk about that? I feel like he's always mentioned and never. I mean, he's the governor of Texas. He's got $100 million in the bank.
Well, it's like not mentioning the governor of California for a Democratic presidential race,
right?
Right. It's like
right.
He's the governor of Texas, so you got to assume
the governor
maybe
of a giant Republican
right.
state.
Rick
with
Perry
a giant
ran,
fundraising base.
George
right?
W. Bush ran. Right.
Like, I mean, is that a thing that people talk about, or is that just like me with my like fantasy politics hat on, like which I get?
I think there's probably murmurs about it, but in 2028, I just don't think he's going to have his moment. It's going to be, Marco Rubio, JD Vance kind of thing. I just don't know if there is a lane for him at that point. Maybe if you didn't have those two in there and he does have this massive war chest, he could break through. But I just don't think, in 2028, it's going to be his time. And by the time another election rolls around, if he somehow steps out of the governor's office, loses re-election, he might not have the same momentum.
Hey, Abby, Abbott's got some skin in the game tonight. He's on the opposite side of Trump in a couple primaries. He's got his own weird relationship with Ken Paxton. So, how's Abbott watching this primary night tonight?
I think, as we see with the Senate race, it's going to be a test of, the new GOP and the GOP establishment. I think for him, he obviously wants the candidates that he backed to win, but that sometimes puts him at odds with Trump. I think that's what you're seeing with the Senate race between Paxton and Cornyn. He has skin in the game, but I think if his picks don't win, it's not going to drag him down per se in his own, Republican world. He's obviously running unopposed in this race. I think you could see some, attacks from the Democratic side where they're talking about, well, Abbott backed this person. They lost the Trump endorsee. But I think for now, he's pretty good when you look at his own political chances.
Hey, Jeffrey, we see in this early vote Cornyn ahead of Paxton. We assume that this is all early vote, meaning this is not same day election vote. And we assume that Cornyn was going to win whatever amount of Republicans voted early.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were basically at this point over the next 30, 40 minutes, you're going to see most early votes that at least were cast until right before, I guess, the very end of the early voting period. You're going to see those be the ones that the counties are reporting. And then after that, we'll start to get some election day votes trickling in. But I would, to some extent, you would expect a larger share of the early vote in the Democratic primary, a larger share of the overall vote to have been cast early, although not than in the Republican Party where you'd have some more election day votes by comparison. Still, both parties are going to use early voting a lot. And so like all told, it might be kind of a 50-50 split in the Republican primary, more or less, between early voting votes cast and election day votes cast. But I would think that Cornyn would have done better among early voters.
He was going to spend more money doing that, right?
Better organization.
And he was trying to bank.
Yeah.
He had an incentive to bank votes. And I would assume, I look at all this, of course, through the prism of my family, and my son is in Dallas at SMU. That neighborhood, I call it the Cornyn.
God, that is Cornyn Central there.
It's Cornyn
He's got over 50% in Dallas right now.
It's Cornyn Tallarico is what I call it, right? Which is because I think Beto carried the George W. Bush. This is where George W. Bush lives. I think Beto carried that precinct back in 2018 or came close. And I am pretty sure Kamala did well there. So it is like a lot of former Romney precincts been drifting away during the Trump era. But I would assume that those are Republicans that would vote early versus in many of the rural areas, not so much.
Abby, can I ask you about, I ask everyone who's smart about Texas the same question, because I get it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
How the hell has Ken Paxton, impeached by the Republican state house, his wife literally posts that he broke the laws of their biblical marriage. Infer what you want from that publicly. And this dude, Jeffrey's got the exact numbers, but this dude has taken, I don't know, 70 million of incoming basically in this primary. And we all assume he's going to finish first, although probably under 50%. How do you explain? I mean, the only other person I've seen that with is like Bill Clinton to some extent, and definitely Donald Trump. So what can you explain to people who are like, how in the hell is Ken Paxton beating an incumbent senator and a sitting member of Congress in this race?
Well, they say, bad press is just press. I think, he has these scandals, but let's put his name out there. I also think he's really leaning in on that MAGA support and kind of some of the distaste with Cornyn. Cornyn has been there probably since I was born, I will say. But
because he was Attorney General right before he was in the Senate. Yeah, you've been there a long time.
I think this is what you're seeing in these states. I know you're talking about the North Carolina race before this, but people just get tired. I mean, I think we're seeing, everyone wants to talk about this as a blue wave this year. I think this is a wave where you're going to see incumbents lose. I think people really want to see change on the Republican and Democratic side. And now Paxton obviously has faced his own scandals, but I think in some ways he's leaned in on that MAGA support, and it has kind of wiped away some of the, things that might have dragged him down.
It's funny you bring that up about waves, by the way, you just said in this long. I'll never forget in the 94 wave for Republicans on that election night, how many times we went through. It was like longtime committee chair loses, 12-term member of Congress, 3-term governor. Yep. Like when fatigue and a wave merges, right? Like it is those, if you've been there through it all and you've survived for a while, eventually a wave will come get you.
Yeah, that's right. I'm seeing this in other gubernatorial primaries this year, not any tonight, where incumbents are, they don't know if they're going to win renomination. One of them is in Rhode Island with Dan McKee.
He seems like a dead duck.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Numbers are terrible.
Washington Bridge closure.
He's in Frank Murkowski territory, who's the only incumbent governor that I can come across that finished in third place in his primary.
His favorability ratings are just, so in the gutter. But I think when you look at that and you tell people, the average voter, like, I think this person's going to lose. And they're like, well, there's a sitting governor. They have the incumbency advantage. I think things are so much different this year. I think another thing, too, just from, my perspective covering this beat is with dysfunction coming out of Washington, as states are taking more and more responsibility that the federal government is giving them, people are really looking to their statewide and state level leaders. They want someone who is authentic. They want someone who's going to deliver for them. And I think voters are really recognizing the power that state level officials have in actually making change, whether it comes to affordability and stuff like that.
Abby, can I ask one more of you? And this is nerdy and not related to tonight, but as someone who covers governors, look, I always tell people there are 36 governor's races on the ballot. I mean, including every swing state, Georgia, Arizona, other than North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Is there a sneaky one that you kind of have an eye on where you're like, this is not one, it's not Michigan or Wisconsin or Arizona or Georgia where everyone's paying attention to? Is there one where you're like, if this falls in an interesting way, or like there's an interesting candidate, or like just for people who are more casual observers of it?
I won't shut up about Iowa. I've been talking about this for months now.
Rob Sand.
Yes, Rob Sand. I think what's interesting with Iowa, and I think what you could see here is, in Kansas, Governor Laura Kelly kind of came up and found success after Governor Sam Brownback's tax experiment. The economy was in shambles. I think you're seeing a similar thing in Iowa. They keep ranking last in some of these economic measures. Obviously, Governor Kim Reynolds is not running for re-election. I think Rob Sand, and I would, kind of compare him to a Tallarico type bit, where, he is leaning in on his faith. He's talking about, he doesn't see red and blue. He just sees people in his state. He, I think, is hitting onto the economic hardships in the state. And on the flip side of that, Randy Feenstra is running in the GOP primary there, but he hasn't cleared the field. Bob Vanderplatz has endorsed Adam Steen, who used to work under Reynolds.
Bob Vanderplatz still kicking around.
A Bob Vanderplatz sighting. Yeah.
But Steen also picked up some endorsement from someone in the state legislative leadership in the last week or so. So Randy Feenstra will probably win that primary, but it's not going to be cleared for him until the day of the primary. Rob Sand's fundraising has also just been insane.
And Abby, I'd throw one more nugget in there about Feenstra, which is his first name is toxic this year, Congressman. Right?
Yep.
I think if you have the first name of Congressman, and you're
It's
running,
exactly what
for
Abby
governor,
was talking about.
You
It's
know,
like
I'm going to
it
bring
used to be
Washington.
a great
Do you want to
thing,
bring
and now it's not.
Washington's values to Des Moines? Do you want to bring Washington's values to Denver? Right? You could just. I do these incumbent these senators and members of the House who think escaping to run for governor is going to be better. Be careful. That title of senator and congressman might be toxic.
And the one thing that does work to Rob Sand's advantage is he doesn't have a voting record. He's state auditor. He's really kind of campaigned on, I'm rooting out fraud. I'm finding ways that, state money has been mismanaged without a voting record.
He's got the lottery stories. Those lottery, that Iowa lottery. He's got one fantastic story that got turned into a Netflix doc or something, right? The Rob Sand lottery thing. Yeah.
And Chuck and I have talked about this, but I mean, like, if there is a Democrat that can win statewide at this point in Iowa, governor, not
he won.
He's obviously he's a statewide official currently.
Yeah, he won
It's
statewide
Rob
the last
Sand.
time.
I mean, he has been carefully calibrating, and I will note he is married to someone whose family has a massive amount of money that can be spent, through various other ways. So I'm fascinated by that one. Anyway, Abby, you've taken more National Journal covering governor's races. Thank you, Abby. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby.
Thank you all.
Great.
And by the way, we did not just get rid of Jeffrey. For people who are wondering where Jeffrey went, he will be back. He's counting votes. He's got to go count votes. Counting votes and going on.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna head out with Abby. Wow. Now, this is actually not that surprising to me. Tallarico ahead of Crockett. I suspected this would happen. And Queen Sunkissed, she's going to be livid if Tallarico wins. But this is just not surprising me. I think that Tallarico is more in line with what a Texas voter would expect of a Democrat. So, all right, folks, I am going to head out. I see the numbers dwindling and Vanta's bored. So maybe I'll see him on RLM's channel tonight to roast from the chat. Maybe I won't. Last night, I pretty much slept through the whole thing. So that's probably because Vanta was on the panel. So I will see everyone. I'm going to try and be, I guess I did 3 o'clock today. I'll try to be here maybe 15 minutes earlier, but 3 o'clock, somewhere between that 2 and 3 o'clock time. Well, yeah, I'm at 5.5 hours. Yeti, where have you been? 5.5 hours, sir. And one of the reasons I'm kind of, in a way, it's kind of fortuitous. StreamYard will automatically clip your show into shorts if you do less than 6 hours. So, I'm pretty much encouraged to go a little bit shorter, and it just works out all the way around. Shorter shows, I don't have to manually clip stuff because I never manually clip stuff. So I'm going to take full advantage of this very expensive StreamYard, which, by the way, everybody make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new here, feel free to share and share alike. Check us out, kick the tires. Maybe you won't find this boring like Vanta does. And support the show by supporting the host. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Sovereign Beer Fund tomorrow or Thursday will be open for donations for the weekend. By the way, I'm probably going to do another Black Historian Day, but if someone has something more pressing or more entertaining, my email's in the crawl at the in the banner at the bottom. You can email me or you can mention it in the chat tomorrow. But Black Historian Day might be the last for a while, might not be, depending on how much of it I get through. I have a bunch of stuff. I just haven't, been able to get through all of it because there's a lot. So I will see everybody tomorrow. Everybody have a good night. And we'll maybe if there's something interesting about these about these primaries tomorrow, we can cover it. See you all later.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of it.
Like philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States boosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
Whew. The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. They will.
I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know
I'm staying